Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards from the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come.
Winter is coming.
Sticking with the point here.
I know which end to use.
And the mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? He never asked.
A crown for a king.
Here is no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Is this meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? A piece of paper.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
You think my life is some precious thing to me? That I would trade my honor for a few more years of woe?
Surrounded by Lannisters. Every time I close my eyes, I see their blonde hair and their smug, satisfied faces.
Hello everybody, how are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Hello Heather, hello Marjo, hello Archangel. Hope you guys have been having a great Saturday. So I think that we need to start the stream. In order for us to start the stream appropriately, we need to at least give a moment of silence to the one and only Snow Stark. So I want you all to give just a moment of silence for our beloved Jon Snow alongside with me. I think that it's only appropriate that we start the stream the right way, because we've lost a good one. He knew nothing. He was kind to everyone, even the kid that killed his girl. And in perfect Stark fashion, it was what killed him. So just a moment of silence. I'll shut up. May he rest in peace. And now his watch has ended. So yeah, we can start the stream now. Hello. It's 3 p.m. Heather. That's a good time, right? I'm trying to have the streams to be at an okay time for my European viewers, for my North American viewers, as much as possible. I've thought that this is a pretty decent time of the day for these streams to starting at least. I know that because we go a long time usually. Some of you guys might not stay for the whole stream, and that's totally understandable. I mean, I barely make it through the whole streams at this rate. But how have you guys been? Before we delve deep into season 5 and the trauma that it has caused me. Five minutes later, and we were panicking. Yeah, I think I've been later than that before on the set times. I'm sure that I've made you guys wait even more than 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes was a pretty good delay for me. We had daylight savings, time change, so it's not 2 anymore. Is daylight savings today? I always get confused, like, is it a different time for North America and like us over in Europe? We're so concerned for you. I've come to peace with what has happened. I've heard from a couple of you guys in the comments that season 6 is pretty strong. So I'm hopeful that despite the horrible events of season 5, season 6 will be a major pick-me-up for me. Just like season 4 kind of was. Was it season 4? Oh, what am I talking about? Am I talking about season 4 or season 3? I'm talking about the season where Tyrion killed his family. That was that's still my favorite ending, and it was a major, like, and that's the same season that Joffrey died, right? Am I thinking correctly? I'm talking about season 4, right? So I just want the bad to balance out with some good. I want some victories for the good characters in season 6, but we're not gonna be talking about season 6 too much right now. Well, it was supposed to start an hour ago. Was it, Archangel? Hold on. What time did I tell you guys? Are you talking about the stream, or are you talking about something else? No, it was a few weeks ago. Oh, daylight savings, Heather? He's a man of winter now, for real. Who was it? Nettles told me that I'm still not a man of winter, according to her. Season 6 is amazing. Yeah, that's what you guys have been telling me. We are starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's what everyone is hinting. Oh, I see. That was 4. Yeah, that's season 4, right? Great season. Much better than season 5. No, let's not be unfair to season 5. Yeah, I think that I should give you guys my full opinion on the entire season, because I was rude at the ending of episode 10 and I did not give you a post-episode reaction, just because I was devastated, honestly. And we'll get to Jon Snow's death in even more detail and what that means for the show, in my opinion. Hello, Mama Cat, how are you doing? Welcome, hope your Saturday is going great. I assume Saturday morning, where you're at. Hello, Rose, as well. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here, glad to have you. I finally caught you in one of your live streams. Just want to say I really enjoy your videos. Since I never comment, great job. I really appreciate it, Rose. It means the world to me when you guys give me these comments. It's the best feeling in the world. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I'm having a really good time with the show and these reactions. We used to start at 2 before, now it's 3. Are you guys talking about the times that I used to start my previous streams? Yeah, I used to start an hour later than I am starting now, and that can shift depending on my availability, what I have going on that day. You found chat, Mama Cat? Where was chat? Time changed in Europe in summer, maybe not in USA. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Marjo. The news tell me that the time's supposed to change, and it's like, that's when I know. I have no idea how that works, to be honest with you. We were in your comments for the last 45 minutes fretting about you. I'm good, guys. I'm good. Although, I have the rope here. So, be careful what Snow references you say in chat, because I might jump off the deep end. I'm glad it was 3 p.m. today. I was at the bridal shower till 3. Oh, how was that? How was that, Mama Cat? Did you have a good time? Oh, by the way, guys, if River Mist Faye joins us in the chat, remember that she informed us that by the time the other in the previous stream that we did, by the time we do this stream for season 5, she'd be married. So make sure that you give her, you know, your congratulatory comments, you know, if she joins us. You know, newlywed life, I'm sure, is hectic as hell. So, which was worse, Jon or Shireen? Okay, so obviously they're both horrible. Still, I stand by what I said. I don't think, even if Daenerys and Tyrion died, I don't think it would be as bad to me as Shireen's death was. But that's for the obvious reasons that she was the purest character. She literally hadn't done anything to anybody ever. She didn't deserve to even be dragged into this war to begin with, let alone her entire upbringing being as shitty as it was, and to be sacrificed for, as we eventually found out, basically nothing of actual like value. Not that even if her sacrifice had actually helped Stannis, it would have been of value, but still. And to be killed in the way that she was, to me, that's the most brutal death in the show still. Because as I said, similar to Ned Stark's death, even Jon Snow's death, you can say, you know, he made some errors of judgment. He trusted a lot of people that he shouldn't have. He, as we usually say with the Starks, they're too damn nice for their own good, and that ends up being what gets them. And Jon Snow was a prime example of that. He trusted a man that had made his life a living hell for no particular reason while he was at the Watch. When Jon Snow became the commander, he trusted that man immediately. He's gonna trust the kid, I guess, but the kid, Ollie I'm talking about, kept giving him reasons to be like, yeah, this kid is not good with what I'm doing with the wildlings. But he still didn't thought a second of it, and when he told him Ollie that is that they had found his uncle, he just believed him and went straight ahead. These are all like, these are not bad things. I wouldn't even say they're like character flaws. It's just that sometimes, you know, being too nice can get you up in pretty bad situations. And in that case, just like, as I said, the entire Stark family, Jon Snow died. But Shireen is like, she couldn't have, even if she did everything right, and she still couldn't have prevented what happened to her. And she's a child, so like, I don't think it's even a comparison, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm gonna miss Jon Snow's character. In my opinion, you guys know that he's one of my favorite characters. Also, in my opinion, he's one of the best actors of the show. All the actors are great, but I really enjoy his performance. I'm forgetting the actor's name. If you guys can remind me in the comments, or I can look it up. But I felt like he's one of the best actors in the show, and his presence is definitely gonna be missed in the future seasons. But yeah, it's Shireen and Jon Snow is like right here in terms of how much they impacted me, those deaths. Oh no, the rope. Archangel almost makes a nervous breakdown to seeking it. Your little cousin? Oh, that's okay. Hope everything went great. Isn't it somebody's birthday too? Is it? Archangel's birthday was yesterday, right? Right, Archangel? Are we getting this correctly? Happy birthday, by the way. I think it was Archangel. Am I making a big mistake here? Am I giving the wrong person the birthday wishes? Her death was traumatic, very much, yes. Can you imagine Sir Davos' pain? Thank God he wasn't there. Thank God he left. Thank God he wasn't there. He would have died. He would have burned with her, I'm sure. He would have tried to get her out. After all the season 5 trauma, my mind is expecting another disaster. I mean, understandable. Kit Harington. Thank you, Heather. Brilliant performance. Brilliant performance. There's not a bad performance in Game of Thrones, but it is still some performances that I rank higher than the others. And he was fantastic as Jon Snow. Shireen was the most traumatic, but Jon was so unexpected and such a main character. I mean, this is Game of Thrones, right? That's what they do. It had been a while since we lost like a major character, right? Since the ending of the last season, right? Sucks. And this is what I want to get to. Like, and I keep saying this whenever we lose a character that I really enjoyed. We are stuck with a lot of characters and storylines that I'm like, do I really? How invested am I in this? And that's what bothers me, you know? I was so invested in Jon Snow's story. I was. Shireen didn't have a story that I was like, didn't have a main story, but her relationship with Davos was one of my favorites in the show. And Stannis' arc just ended just like that. Can we talk about Stannis for a little while? That fucking... Him and Melisandre have really developed into two of the characters that I like, no. And Stannis is dead, so I can't really harbor on him for too long. He's gone. But Melisandre is really gonna get it in the upcoming seasons, I'm telling you. I really hate that bitch. I really do. She has done nothing but bring me anger and dissatisfaction. She's done nothing to appeal to me in this entire show. Even as a bad character, she's done nothing to appeal to me. You know? Like Tywin, for example, or Cersei, they're bad characters, but they're appealing. I don't like Melisandre at all. So, this Stannis storyline ended so quickly. And now, as I've said, I think in reaction videos before, I'm left with nothing that really grabs me in Westeros anymore. Because, okay, the King's Landing thing, it was very interesting in the sense of what they did with Cersei, that it's gonna have a major impact on her character specifically after her atonement scene. So I'm a little bit interested to see how she reacts to that. But the cult, I'm like, if they stopped existing tomorrow, I'd be fine with that. Like, I don't really care. And obviously I don't give a shit about the Boltons either. Theon and Sansa, I'm glad, hopefully at least, that they might possibly escape. We still don't know. But that's my main thing with Jon dying, is like, Jon at the Watch and the situation with the Wildlings and the White Walkers respectively was what was really keeping me interested in what's going on at Westeros. Now all my attention is over at Dany, Tyrion and Arya's storylines across the water. That's one of my major things with Jon's death now. It's like, right, whatever happens at Westeros, like, cool, I guess. It was your birthday, Archangel, I remember correctly. Happy birthday, happy birthday. I think you told me that you had a good birthday yesterday. Or was it the 3rd, you said? The 3rd of the month? Yeah. Still, happy birthday still. You can have a birthday week. It's okay. Hello Taylor, how are you doing? Welcome. Sorry guys, I've been rambling a little bit about season 5 because I hadn't done my post reaction video, so I have a lot of things that I need to get off my chest. So sorry if I missed some of you guys coming into the stream. Hello Taylor, hope your Saturday has been going great. Hello Nelson Moreno, how are you doing? Welcome as well. Hope your Saturday has been going really good. Remember, I told you that this season was very dark, and you were right. You were right. In so many aspects, this season was definitely the darkest Game of Thrones season, and that says something, because this is Game of Thrones, and since the very first episode, we've had dark shit happen. They pushed the kid in the very first episode of the show. Pushed the kid to his death, damn near. So that says a lot. But yeah, the whole part of the last couple of episodes with that Trent, is that what his name is? That Arya killed. Like, what the fuck was up with that? Why did I need to see that? Why did they even, like, it was already bleak. Let's just add more child abuse. That will be what will propel the show to be better. I guess that's what they thought, the showrunners. The Nightwatch traitors were so stupid, yeah. I mean, nothing new with the Nightwatch. Since I first met people at the Nightwatch, I never considered them to be very smart people. Just, it makes no sense that they killed Jon Snow. He was doing such a good job as the commander. He literally, in just, how long was he the commander? Just a couple of weeks? And he managed to get the wildlings and the people of the Watch to work together in just that short amount of time. He's like just the best commander that Nightwatch had ever had, and they just killed him. So whatever happens to the Nightwatch, they completely deserve it. From now on, I'm rooting for the White Walkers until Daenerys gets there, as I've told you guys that I'll be doing. On this chat, I always talk from a show versus book perspective, and in the show I felt like Stannis' anticlimactic death was an underscore of guess who wasn't special all along. Archangel, we've had a long Stannis debate since the first seasons, and I agree with your point of view there. Even though to me it was very abrupt, just in the sense of how much build-up Stannis' story has had. But you are absolutely right, it sends the perfect message, like exactly what you said. Stannis, all whatever Stannis was doing in the show was under this belief that he was somehow someone who was chosen, as I've said before, completely because of his ego. He put his ego over everything, over his own daughter, over his own wife, over everything, his own siblings. And at the end of the day, you were just a pretty shitty, in fact, at least in the show. You guys told me in the book it's kind of different, but at least in the show he ended up being just a shitty tactician who got killed. He lost 2 battles. At least the ones that I've watched, he has lost 2 battles, and then he died. So not so special after all. Without Jon, the White Walkers are free. I welcome them. Bring on the White Walkers. Bring them on, because Westeros needs to be wiped and start from a clear slate. It's gotten that bad. Season 6 is so epic, you're not ready. I'm super excited. I was saying at the start of the stream, I need a season that is gonna pick up my spirits. Kind of similar to how Season 4 was, with Joffrey's death right off the bat in the second episode. Just give me a Bolton death to start Season 6, please, and I'll be happy. Could you do a reaction to Poor Things? I've seen Poor Things. I've seen Poor Things. Am I thinking of the right thing? You're talking about the Lanthimos film, right? Yeah. talking about, yeah, I've seen Poor Things. Fantastic movie. Absolutely loved it. I haven't watched. I've seen 2 Lanthimos films. I've seen Poor Things, and I've seen Dogtooth, which was his first. It was a Greek language film that he did. Really liked both of those, but I'll probably be doing some of his other movies on the channel. But I unfortunately have seen Poor Things, so I won't be doing a reaction to it. But I do recommend it to anybody who hasn't seen it. Remember that they also killed... You're right, Nelson. They've killed... It has become like a theme with the Night's Watch. Hopefully, that ugly-faced dude that I'm forgetting his name ends up being commander and they kill him too. Welcome back, Mama Cat. Your daughter Callie called from Nashville. Hope it was a good call. About good things only. Stannis saved thousands of people by borrowing Jon his boats, and Stannis actually needed those boats. Did he though? I mean, where was he gonna take those boats? They were heading to the Boltons, they were heading to Winterfell. As far as I know, the Westeros geography that I know, there's no sea near Winterfell, so in the specific siege, they really didn't need the ships, but they would need them if they were to go down to King's Landing, and by that time Jon had promised that he would bring back Stannis' ships, so the ships in reality would really just be sitting there while Stannis was going against the Boltons. I don't think there's one bad episode in season 6, Heather. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there's been a bad episode in Game of Thrones yet. So it's not like I consider any of the episodes so far that I've watched to be bad yet. I haven't reached the point where I'm like, okay, that was a bad episode. There are points where I'm like, you know, some of the storylines I don't like where they're going. This season specifically regarding, again, the King's Landing storyline, and a little bit what's going on with Jaime going to Dorne, and that it was kind of whatever at some points, but no episode has been bad at all. I'm very emotional about fingers. Why, Marjo? If they had those boats, they wouldn't be stuck in the snowstorm. Was there a sea near them, Nelson, where they could have... Because wouldn't they have had to go back, all the way back, to get those ships? And they were saying that, like, if they couldn't go all the way back with the snowstorm at that point, they kind of had no option, right? If I remember correctly. I could be remembering wrong. And Mama Cat does make a valid point, right? He did want to use the wildlings, so he still had a benefit from it. He didn't do it just from the kindness of his heart. My burnt hand. Oh, Marge, right. Right. About the finger, right? Yeah. There's no water access from Winterfell, right? That's what I'm saying. What did Jon end up doing to those boats? That's a good question. He used them, right? Didn't he use them to bring back the wildlings? Did all of the boats make it though? That's what I'm trying to remember. I feel like Beric was inserted as a sort of reality check to Stannis' claim to being the chosen one for the benefit of us, the audience. makes the audience wonder why Varys has all these powers, not right. So it kind of shows us that it's very likely that if there was to be a chosen one from the God of Light, it would very much more likely be Beric than Stannis. You're right, because Beric could wield the sword, the flaming sword. He could bring back, or rather, he had multiple lives, right? Right, Heather? That's what I thought, yeah. Brought back the wildlings. Guys, we can jump. See, I'm trying to time manage right now. Listen to me. I'm trying to time manage, okay? So that this won't end up being a 10-hour stream, because some of us might need to go to sleep at some point, right? So we can jump into the character tier list part of the stream, right? We'll continue talking about the season and Game of Thrones as we've been doing. But this is me trying to time manage right now, so bear with me. We're gonna jump into the tier part of the stream, and we'll continue talking after this little bit of transition. Hello everybody. Wait a minute. Let's do something real quick. So as you can see, guys, I have the obvious 4. I can't believe that this is the image that they used. Oh, fuck. I can't believe that this is the image that they used for Jon Snow's death. For Jon Snow's image for this. They keep doing this with this tier list. They have the worst, for the good characters, they have their worst moments in the show a lot of the time. I remember they had with Rob, they had the scene where he got stabbed, literally, and we couldn't even see the full character. We could see like half of Rob's face from that picture. But anyway, this is a pretty beautiful picture of Jon, to be honest. I used it as the thumbnail as well. But yeah, I have my favorites. As you guys know, those are not gonna change. And I have a new tier where Joffrey's personal hell used to be, and it's the Bolton family torture chambers, where we obviously keep the Boltons, and maybe some more characters as we start tracking them might make this tier as I see fit. But guys, tell me if you can see the tier list okay like this. If you guys need me to move anything around, just let me know. Sounds good. Build a graveyard at this point. I mean, I could, but like that would be I can't, like, I wouldn't be able to put Jon Snow in a graveyard tier. Oh, let's start with Jaime here. Jaime's obviously a great character. He has only gotten better with each season. Although in terms of season 5, I will say his story was nowhere near as interesting as it was in the previous seasons. But he has a very, very, very good arc. He has probably changed the most out of all the characters in terms of also how I view him as a character, but also kind of how he behaves, in a sense. At least how we see him behaving. A heaven and a hell graveyard. One for good, one for bad. Those would be just for like the dead characters, right? That's what you guys are saying. We could do that. We could do that. That's not too bad of an idea. I want to let me... Okay. Wait, hold on. It's not what I wanted to do. My sweet boy, Jon. We're gonna have him in heaven. And we can... I know exactly who we need to make the hell tier for, by the way. That's actually a very good idea. And let's make this... What do we make this? Oh, make this light green. I have a light green here. Let's give it red. Whatever. 7 hells. I know exactly who we're gonna put in the hell tier, by the way. I know just the guy that goes there. But yeah, guys. Jaime. Very, very, very good character. I'm looking forward to him possibly getting some of his, I don't want to say swagger back in the upcoming season, in season 6, but something along those lines. I need just something more from Jaime, other than just going to King's Landing for a bit, then leaving to go on a mission, and then having to return back to King's Landing. I do want to see Jaime like inhabit King's Landing for a little bit. Like, for example, now with the cult, it would be very interesting to see Jaime interact or like exist in that, like how King's Landing is now, and with what's going on with Cersei. So hopefully we get more of that in season 6 now that he's returning back to King's Landing, and he's also going to have to tell Cersei about the horrible news of her daughter, which, now that I'm thinking about it, with the way Cersei is right now mentally, boy, is that gonna be... Let's talk about Cersei for a little bit. Cersei is completely broken, I think, right now. And she was already, as I said in the reactions, she was already not there mentally. And I think that she has now reached an even worse stage with what happened to her. And I am scared for what she's about to do the minute she's able to get some of that power that she had back. And also, once she finds out about the death of her daughter, I mean, she now only has Tommen, right? And we did the 5th season did start with that throwback of Cersei, right? And that witch telling her that prophecy, which is almost fulfilled, right? Two of your 3 children are dead. Tommen, sweet baby Tommen, is still alive, but... And For a second, I was thinking the more beautiful queen that witch was talking about in the prophecy was Marjorie. Now I'm thinking she could have been talking about Daenerys, which I'm all for whenever that happens. But they don't have picks for the past season dead. Yeah, unfortunately they don't. But we can do with just the people that died this season. We can still do that. Joffrey is definitely going to the hell tier. But Joffrey has his own personal hell. So he's just chilling there right now. He's fine. I think Jaime would actually be amazing as Lord of Casterly Rock. I think he would do a good job, yeah. But I still want him, like, I want him at King's Landing. Just because of his and Cersei's dynamic with relating to what's going on right now. I want to see how that story evolves. That would be a storyline at King's Landing that I would be kind of interested in. Without Cersei, you guys are saying... So basically, it's what you guys are saying. Cersei is poisoning Jaime's mind. Without Cersei, he's a much more kind-hearted fellow. Hello, Abigail. Welcome. How are you doing? Hope your weekend, Saturday, is going great. Hello, Barry. Hello, Barry. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here, guys. We're just talking about season 5 as I'm doing this tier list. If you guys have any questions regarding my opinions, feelings on characters from season 5 or events from season 5, please let me know in the comments. Otherwise I can just keep rambling about stuff that pop into my head. Baelish here, Mr. Baelish, who at what episode did we stop seeing Baelish in this past season? There was a moment in the previous season where we stopped seeing Baelish in general. He's a great character, obviously. I could genuinely put him in the fuck you all tier, but he's a great character, so I'm not gonna do that. What are my feelings on Baelish at the end of season 5? I mean, they haven't changed. He's still a snake. He's still responsible for what happened to Sansa. And I am also thinking, season 6 could be the season where Baelish kind of makes like his big play, quote unquote. She can maybe capitalize on the situation right now at King's Landing. But how would she capitalize? That's what I'm trying to think of. If anything, Snake is gonna try to capitalize off of some shit. And what's going on right now at King's Landing is the perfect opportunity for him, because as he has said, it's chaos. And chaos is a ladder. And he is already planning shit in his head. Is he going to go and try and get Sansa? Because she had that conversation with Cersei about her. That could be what happens at season 6. Now that Sansa has left the Boltons, I hope she has escaped again. I don't know. They might get recaptured, both of them, which would be horrible. And Jaime and Brienne's kids could have been the best fighters in Westeros. Change the whole vibe of Casterly Rock. What's the canon between Jaime and Brienne? What's the canon? Were they in the books, like, because they hinted at it in the show? They hinted at Brienne having feelings towards Jaime. Not so much Jaime towards Brienne, but is it a ship? Does the fan base ship? I mean, obviously some do, but like in the books, for example, are there more hints about their relationship? Good thinking about the witch's prophecy. I thought the more beautiful queen was Marjorie, but very well could be Dany. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Because to me, Marjorie was not more beautiful than Cersei. So like, but Dany, yeah, Dany, I can see it. Snake, yes, he is. Would you believe that Theon is actually very competent in the books and respected by his men? No, I would not be able to believe that. Not the respected part. I could believe him being more competent. His plan to take Winterfell was quite clever. Yeah, it was. And it worked for all of a couple of days. In the show at least, right? But no, I can't really... Theon has been that character where it's like his whole story is about wanting people's respect and acknowledgement in a way, right? So that's been Theon's character ever since I remember Theon's character, before he became Rick. So yeah, I really wouldn't be able to think of him as a competent, respected fellow right now. Varys versus Littlefinger. Who I like more? Obviously Varys. It's not even like close to the debate, if that's what you're asking. You may not have seen Baelish in a while, but he was lurking in the bushes behind you pretty regularly. Sounds pretty snaky. Sounds like what a snake would do. I just think there's potential for Jaime and Brienne just a dream. Oh, so it's not like it's anything like... I mean, I get it. He lost his hand for her. He did. He did. He didn't know he was about to lose the hand, but yeah, essentially that's what happened. Heather, this is kind of how I view them in the show, right? It's more of a shared respect between the two of them. The only thing is that Cersei did ask Brienne in that one scene before Joffrey's beautiful death, and she asked her, "But you do love him, right?" or something along those lines. I don't quite remember, and she didn't like answer. But the way they shot that, it was implied that maybe she loved him more than just the mutual respect. The Dream of Spring will be all about Jaime and Brienne getting busy like Venice. I believe that the Lannister house will go extinct, but Brienne, as a widowed woman, will carry Jaime's baby. Books. Oh! I don't know how I feel about that storyline. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I can see it, but at the same time, I don't know. Marjorie is, at this current stage, she's a good character. This season has been tough for Marjorie. It really has. Despite the fact that it started off with her seemingly having the upper hand on Cersei for a good couple of episodes, then everything turned on its head for, again, a couple of episodes, and now both her and Cersei are kind of screwed. But she remains a pretty good character. I'm interested to see what's going to happen with that trial. And what that means for the Tyrell family. And again, Snake, I think, might have a part to play in that, because him and Grandma Tyrell, Miss Olenna, have been in cahoots. So I'm thinking maybe we might see some of that, that combination in season 6 at some point, and maybe they'll think of something to kind of save Marjorie and Loris. That would be interesting. Lannister and Tarth alliance. I haven't seen, as far as the Tarth family, the Tarth house goes, we've only seen Brienne, right? We haven't seen anybody else from the island of Tarth. George said that he was inspired by Beauty and the Beast while creating Jaime and Brienne's story. Okay, so I believe they will marry at some point. That's, if he did say that, then that's a pretty valid hypothesis, Nelson. If he did say that, yeah, he definitely seems to have plans for that to happen. Again, I don't know how I feel about it, based on what we've seen on the show so far. I kind of think of them indeed more as like mutual respect between the two. But hey, could work. Is that Stannis that I'm seeing here? First character in the Hell tier. He's the first one. Unredeemable for what he did, and the gods are not gonna forgive him. The God of Light is not gonna forgive him. The God of Death is not gonna forgive him. The Seven are not gonna forgive him. The old gods are not gonna forgive him. Nobody's forgiving that man. He's going straight to hell for what he did to Shireen, and that's that. Fuck Stannis, for real. And I was so close to actually cheering for him. So close. The actor did give a really good performance. Since we're not gonna see him again, I must give him his props. I enjoyed the performance. I enjoyed the way he played Stannis. There was something about his performance that was very intriguing while he was on screen. The way he was talking. But in just, 3 episodes, his character went from someone that I would have put maybe in the great tier straight to hell. Time to bet for Horses and Samuel. Kiss them goodnight for me, Merger. Give them a big kiss. Marjorie is like Cersei but with emotional intelligence, a kinder heart and some moral compass, which is why she's the better fit for their position that Cersei had. Which could be, again, I don't know what the prophecy was about, Marjorie or Dany, but that described her very well, Nelson. Do you know who else I feel is very similar to Cersei? This bitch right here, who I'm forgetting the name constantly. I feel like she's very similar to Cersei herself. She's just the Dornish version of Cersei. And she goes in the fuck you'll kill list as well. Now that I thought about her. Her storyline in the season and the King's Landing religious storyline, my worst 2 storylines, definitely. The rest of the show is high budget fanfic. Okay, so I'm glad that you brought that up, Taylor. So season 5 is where book lore finished, right? So season 6 till season 8, it's all, as Taylor perfectly put it, it's all fan fiction, right? So this is all written by D&D, right? They didn't get any contributions from George Martin or anybody else, right? This is all just them and their fanfic, essentially. I'm asking you guys just to like have kind of an idea, because a lot of you guys are saying season 6 is your favorite season. So, and of course I know that there were people who were not satisfied by the end of the show, But if season 6 was so good, it's like they had a vision. It just maybe they didn't focus enough to execute it perfectly. As I already know, you guys told me they were trying to get a job for Star Wars or something. Tanisa, hello, welcome. Hope your Saturday has been going great. Welcome to the stream. Cersei says she's the one who listened and learned from Tywin, but we know Tywin would never have armed the faith. Yeah, obviously not, Archangel. Obviously not. Cersei, that thing that Tywin told her, she thinks she's way smarter than she is. Baelish provided the male sex worker to set Loras up with his trial for Cersei's benefit. Then he did the same thing against Cersei for Olenna by producing Lancel to speak against Cersei. Ooh, hold on. Is this like confirmed? Are we gonna find out about that later in the show? Is that kind of a spoiler, Mama Cat? Because Stannis was very narcissistic, but in a very low-key way. He was narcissistic in a very high-key way. Awesome. I wouldn't say it was low-key at all. High-key. Especially towards the end, again. Especially towards the end. I mean, as I was saying in the reaction, you put your own ego over the life of your daughter. You're married to a crazy person. She wasn't able to live with what you've done. But you were able to not only live, but continue on your mission, on whatever the fact, because you thought you were some chosen one. It's like, man, that doesn't just happen one day and you wake up and you suddenly have that much ego. That's always been there. That's why this whole campaign started in the first place. That's why he subscribed to the Lord of Light, because Melisandre told him what he wanted to hear, what reaffirmed his ego, that he's the chosen, that he is chosen to become the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. That's Ilaria. Oh right, this girl, right? Right, Anissa? Yeah. Fuck her, I don't like her at all either. You can't stand any of the Dorne chicks? One of your daughters is pretty fine. One of your daughters, the short hair one, the one that was messing with Bronn, she's pretty fine, I'll say. But yeah, I didn't really care for them. The show destroyed the Dorne storyline. He may have had influence in 6. George Martin, Heather. George Martin might have had an influence in season 6. Yeah, right, Anissa. Are they better in the books? The Dornish group that we have, at least. Did you see when she killed a teenager that had nothing to do with the event that she seeks revenge for? Seriously? And she thought she did something, right? It took all 4 of them to kill a little girl. They failed the first time. And then she had to do like trickery to manage it. And it's like, why couldn't you have done that from the beginning? Why did you have to go through the efforts of having her captured first? I mean, it's Dorne, you can kiss anybody on the lips. Nobody would really question it, obviously. Your understanding, Archangel, is that George R. Martin was involved in 6, like he had ideas where the story is going. Okay. So, you guys are saying that he's a big reason why season 6 is considered a good season. Again, I'm gonna try and have like no preconceived notions about any of that stuff. I usually end up being pretty contradictory to kind of like what the general consensus is about something, so I might like the last 2 seasons, you never know. I'm that type of weirdo. The last episode George wrote was in season 4, the episode Joffrey died. The best episode! No wonder that was the last episode. They stopped asking for his help after that. Why? Why did that happen, Taylor? What's the beef? So much better. There's actually quite a few important characters that were left out of the show. Are you talking about the Dorne storyline, Heather? Season 7 is your favorite, Mama Cat. See? That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Season 6 is phenomenal too. Yeah, absolutely love season 7. So you looked it up and it said from season 5 on he was only minimally involved. Okay. The audiobooks of Game of Thrones books. I might, if I'm going to, after the show, go and read. I'm thinking maybe I should do the audiobooks instead, because I usually listen to a lot of podcasts when I'm like going between places for like work and stuff. So like I might go the audiobook route. Each livestream cost me a wheelbarrow of carrots and apples to put them in stable quick. Talking about baby Samuel and the horses, Marjo. You just feed them to the point of a sleep coma, right? That's what I do often when I want to sleep. Just eat a lot of food. I appreciate how strong and badass they were, but they were so misguided. And it's, Tanisha, the thing with Game of Thrones is, it's not like we have a short amount of like badass women characters. So it's not like, you know, have them be well written, have their like what their aim is, what their goals are, be somewhat understandable, other than just blind revenge, which from what I know of Dorne doesn't even sound like something Dornish people would do. It's not in their culture, right? We even see their king, how forgiving he seems to be, how he wants to lead with peace instead of war. And just all of a sudden we have this group of 4 women that are like, we'll kill this little girl for what? For what? She wasn't even involved at no stage in Oberyn's death. And as I touched on in the reaction, Oberyn would never agree to something like that. Never. Don't ever avenge my death by killing an innocent girl. And I'm thinking back to the scene between Oberyn and Cersei, when Cersei was going to try to convince Oberyn to testify against Tyrion in the trial. And they had that conversation about her daughter, and Oberyn reassured Cersei. He was like, in Dorne we don't hurt little girls for something their family, right, has done. And Cersei told him everywhere they hurt little girls, and she ended up actually being true about that part. He had a male gigolo go to Loras to help Cersei work against the Tyrells. Yeah, remember that part? Mama Cat, that part we saw. But in the scene this past season with Olenna, he left her. No, he was something that put Cersei. Did he, Mama Cat? That's the thing, I probably don't remember that part of their conversation with each other. I remember what you're talking about with the boy that he sent to Loras to get information from him. That was early in the show. That blonde hair dude that was working for him too. But I don't remember that part of the conversation you were talking about with Olenna. Okay, so clearly this is all Baelish's plan again. We've been over this. Everything that happens in Game of Thrones is Baelish is behind everything, so I'm not even surprised at this point. George is old, and I think he never finishes the books. That would be unfortunate, Marjo. I hope he does. I hope he does. How old is George R. Martin? How old is he? I liked season 6 too. I don't know why so many people don't. Oh, so there's like some people like season 6, some don't. That's interesting. It means some things happen that either turned some people away and then other people really liked. That usually comes from good writing, I'm gonna be honest. When there's a big divide in terms of a fan base of a show, movie, whatever, storyline, liking something and then disliking, that means they took a risk with the story, and in my opinion usually that results in some good storytelling. You're not saying that George Martin wrote anything technically, but I saw some interview talking about post-book and they acted like he was involved in season 6. Okay. But I have no confidence to what degree. D&D lost my trust. Oh, so you're saying they could be saying he was involved to like cover up their horrible writing, Archangel? Let's continue ranking some of these characters. We have Sir Davos here, our lovely, lovely Sir Davos. He's a great character, man. I loved his relationship with Shireen so much. And I'm like, now I'm thinking, where is he gonna go? He's not gonna go. Stannis is dead. Melisandre informed him that everybody, apparently, or at least that's what we got from that scene where he was asking her about Shireen and Stannis' wife, and that look she gave him pretty much confirmed that none of them survived. I hate Melisandre again, I'll keep saying this. So where does Sir Davos go? Does he stay at the Night's Watch now? I was thinking maybe he was gonna align with Jon Snow, since he was at the Night's Watch by that point, but now, what does he do? What does he do? You saw an interview from George saying they stopped asking for his input after season 4. I've gotten some of you guys are like he stopped working at season 4. Some are like season 5, some are like season 6. So it's like it seems to be a mystery at what point that separation happened. You think Elaria just went mental seeing Oberyn head explode? That would do it, Mama Cat. Seeing somebody's skull crushed by a man's hands like that, especially when that's someone who just died was your lover, that could do it, I'm not gonna lie. But still, man. George is 75. He can make it to 90. Why not? Why can't he make it to 90? Season 4 and 6 are widely known as fan favorites. Is season 4 my favorite season? It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. I really need to sit down and like think. People like 6 because of all the fanfare. Is that really it? No. Don't tell me, Taylor. Don't tell me that that's the reason. Please don't. Yes, because cut away from Bellis and Olenna talking to the High Sparrow to Cersei about stripping away her finery, etc. Ooh, that's okay. I just didn't have recollection of that part of that episode. Davos is one of your absolute favorite characters. I mean, he's just again so kind-hearted. And it's like when you are in this sea of misery between all these horrible characters, it's like when you can find the person. That's why Shireen was lovely. When you can find a person like that has a kind heart. That's mosquito. Sorry guys, trying to murder because it keeps biting me. But yeah, what I was saying. Yeah, when you can find a person like Davos, you try to hold on tight because he represents what's good in the world, and it's always the same because in Game of Thrones the good characters never get they never get to enjoy anything, just stripped away from them. He finally found, after his son's death, he found, somebody that he could pour that love that he has into, and vice versa, her to him, and now she's gone. You would never spoil. I know, Mama God, I know. It's just sometimes I've done it myself. You're talking about something and then you sleep. Sometimes, not even thinking that what you're saying is kind of a spoiler. But yeah, I'm sure none of you guys. You guys have been so good in the comments regarding spoilers. So good. At the beginning, when I started doing the Game of Thrones reactions, I was a little bit worried what type of comments I was gonna be getting regarding spoilers. But you guys have been excellent. So I'd never think that you guys would spoil anything on purpose to me, ever. Daddy Davos is the sweetest. Well, if the last episode he wrote was Joffrey's death, that was, episode 2 of season 4. You want a counselor like Sir Davos in your life or a friend? Yeah, I'll take either. This woman, she's not dead yet, so I can't put her in the hell tier. But I can put her in the Bolton torture chamber tier, because that's what I wish happens to that bitch now. I was hoping they were gonna capture Stannis too, but Brienne offered him a sweet death, a painless death. I want her to suffer from this episode moving forward. That's what I want from this woman. She deserves nothing. She's a con artist, and she doesn't deserve anything good happening to her. The goal of her to sacrifice Shireen, and then the minute she realized that Siege was a lost cause, running away, then going back to the wall, then playing like the sad, like poor woman that has fled from like death or whatever. I hate her. And at least I thought she would have done something else in this damn show other than pop out a demon child. She has done nothing. Other than being annoying. She has done nothing. I think we'll get to see Happy Greek guy again. Hopefully. Does he die, Archangel? Then you'll see Happy Greek guy. Definitely. We are the best at protecting you from spoilers. Modesty is my strong suit. Good placement. I'm glad you guys agree. I hope we're on the same page. I loathe Melisandre. I mean, I think any logical person would. In my first watch of the entire show, I hated the Red Woman with the passion of 1,000 suns. Then what happened though? In your rewatches, what changed your mind? Don't tell me. But that's interesting that you specified. Is that Theon? Theon is a great character. The reason Theon is a great character because, similar to Jaime, he has had such a big journey in his story, and although it's been a while since we've seen Theon be Theon, he was always in there, like Rick was the name that he was given, but Theon was always in there. And we finally got him back at the end. That was the one good thing of the ending of season 5, that we got Theon back. And I love his character. Specifically, like, what they've done with his character is so interesting to me. I'm super excited to see what happens to him moving forward, now that he has kind of regained his identity, mostly. Hopefully. Again, I don't know, they just jumped off a castle wall. I don't know what happened to them. They might as well have broken all their bones. I don't know. I still need to find out. She was already like F here back when she said that Slick is to Davos about his son's death. What did she say to Davos about his son's death? I remember that she told his son that death by fire is the purest form, right? She whispered that at Sir Davos' ear. I don't quite remember what she said to Davos about his son's death, but she's Melisandre, so probably something terrible. Syrian sacrifice was the nail in the coffin. Yeah, like, how can you do that? Heather, I just realized. I realized what scene the picture of Theon was from. Whoever made this list is on some bullshit. Because why would they choose this frame? What a scene that was too. Thank God. I'm surprised he didn't break here. He did not. That's another thing that kind of annoyed me a little bit. It annoyed me a little bit. So Theon did not break here while that was happening to Sansa, but he managed to break and kill that other bitch that was aiming at Sansa with the arrow, with the bow. And I can kind of like think possibly that could have been with the fact that Ramsay was in Theon's presence in this scene, but at that part when he actually snapped out of it, he was far away, so maybe in Theon's head that gave him a little bit of a, you know, a relief that maybe I can do this and then run away or something. But yeah, that part I was hoping that Theon would just snap out of it right then and there and do something about what was happening to poor Sansa, but yeah. Our boy Sam, he is also a great character. He's a great character. I can see him being a maester. I feel like that's what his character kind of like has been teased up to become at some point. He's always in the books reading, right? He knows so much about the history and stuff. He's a pretty good advisor at the same time as well. I hope him and Gilly, I hope by the end of Game of Thrones, him, Gilly, and their little child just remained a good, happy family. I feel like out of everybody in the show, I want those two and that child to be good, I feel. Does anyone else think it's weird that in season 2 Melisandre and Stannis burned Stannis' father-in-law alive? Oh, you're talking about when we first got introduced to their characters, right? Yeah, I had no idea, Archangel. I had no idea that was Stannis' father-in-law rather, not his actual father. Oh, it was his brother-in-law, not his father-in-law. Still. I'm sure that's mentioned in the books, right? I love Sam. I stopped listening to Game of Thrones podcast because they were talking trash about Sam and how much they hated him. I don't need that negativity in my life. How can you hate Sam? What type of person hates someone like Sam? I don't know. I'm trying to think, is it the type where it's like, oh, he's just too nice, he's just too good, almost like he doesn't have flaws as a character or whatever, because he does, right? Yeah, Heather, I don't understand. You need to be some special type of miserable to hate on Sam. On Samuel? No. No way. I love that early on Sam said he always wanted to be a wizard, and he's kind of working towards it, right? That's true. I didn't even think that, like, yeah, a maester, like, it's this world's version, I guess, of a wizard. Sweet Serene hated Melisandre at first sight. Her and Arya. See, children have intuition. Children have intuition. They can sense negative energy. I am some special type of miserable, and I don't hate Sam. Welcome, Ottawa James. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hope your Saturday is going great. My thoughts exactly. How do you hate someone like that? He's one of the few genuinely kind characters. Exactly. Just as I was saying with Sir Davos, that's the same thing. That's how I feel about Samuel Tully. He's one of those characters that you need to latch onto in shows like this, where you know what scene he's in. He's always looking out for other people. He doesn't look for his own personal gain. He doesn't look for his own personal interest most of the time. Right? They're still human at the end of the day. But most of the times, like, he always has good intentions. You just woke up from a nice little nap? That's great. That's great to know. Hope you got some good rest. Oh, my baby Sansa is going in there. She's a great character. I just want her. That's what I need from Sansa in season 6. She has gotten enough experience by this point. I need her to be able to make better decisions for herself. I need her to become a better judge of character. I need her to stop trusting people just because they tell her to trust them. Shouldn't have trusted Joffrey, obviously. Did, paid the price. Shouldn't have trusted Baelish. Did, paid the price. She had an option regarding Ramsay, but still, I just want her. Now, if hopefully she's free, I just need her to take these experiences with her, these horrible experiences that she has had to endure at such a very young age. Not taking anything away from that, because let's not forget Sansa is still, I believe, underage. Take those experiences with her, make her a more, how can I put it, so that she won't be in these situations again, is basically what I'm saying. Make her wiser, right? Because that's what experiences are for. Never mind these experiences, right? I hope all these things make her wiser. She better not go back to trusting Baelish. She better not fall back to trusting Baelish. I'll be very upset if that's the case. She better just... I don't know where she goes, but Baelish shouldn't be the option that she runs to. I think I got it, guys. I think I got it. I think it's dead. Agreed, she has been too weak to trust. She is. Again, we can argue that in most of the situations, she didn't really have a choice, right? Ned was going to King's Landing anyways, and the king had asked Sansa to marry Joffrey, and she liked Joffrey. Her liking Joffrey already is a character flaw in itself, but we'll just move past that. But after that, she really didn't have too much of a choice, I guess. Still though, the moment she saw Joffrey trying to stab her sister with an actual sword in episode 2, it should have been the point where it was like Joffrey was over for her. Clearly wasn't the case. Then with Baelish, she also trusted the guy that helped poison Joffrey, that was working for Baelish. She trusted him, right? And then when they escaped, I mean, at that point you're thinking, I'm finally gonna get away from those people. So you're just going with full hope that you're actually being helped. And then when they met Baelish in the water, they were in the middle of the sea, so like, where could she go? So she basically was Baelish's captive again. She didn't have an option to leave, I guess. But yeah, she needs to just be more informed and smart with who she trusts. And the scene that they had with Brienne, where Brienne was trying to convince her that I'm here to help you, I've promised your mother that I will protect you, and she chose to trust Baelish instead, and that's fully on her. She's just a girl though, she didn't know it, but I mean, obviously, but she's growing. She's growing. So I'm expecting her to start getting some street smarts at some point in the show. Then Gilly told him early on he was like a wizard. Yeah, to Sam, when they were sitting at that bonfire, right? That was a very, very good scene. I liked that scene. That's Myrcella, right? That's Myrcella. I'm gonna put her in heaven, because she's done nothing. Can you please go to heaven? Thank you. I'm gonna put her in heaven. She's done nothing wrong. Again, that's Myrcella, right? Who else could this be? I'm thinking that's Myrcella. Who is this woman? Guys, if this is not Myrcella, I don't know who it is. But if it's Myrcella, she's going to heaven, because she's just an innocent child that got sacrificed again for adult pettiness. Brienne, like that, never met her before, trying to take her away from somebody she does know. But see, James, the fact that she knows Baelish should be the reason that she shouldn't trust him. Don't you agree? Because it's not like she doesn't know what he does. The way that she got to Baelish was because Baelish lied about a lot of shit. She saw him kill the man that he was supposed to pay to do that for him. Right, you might be right, Tanisha. That could be Gilly. Yeah, she didn't really look like Myrcella, but the hair messed me up, because this is the type of hairstyle that I'm expecting from like Lannister. Is that Gilly? That must be Gilly. You're right. You're probably right. Looks like Gilly, right? Your guys are right. And she's a good character. It's not like she's great. She's Gilly. We love her, but she's good. She's a good character. She's there. She's fine. She has some funny moments. She's there for Sam when he needs her. She also puts him in compromised situations, but hey, that's love, right? Yeah, that's Gil, guys. You guys are absolutely correct. But from her point of view, Baelish has done everything he can to help her. So he did at the beginning when they first started interacting, right? He was telling her all these stories and stuff. Then later on, he told her that he was gonna help her get out if she just went with him. I guess. But then you have the whole situation. Obviously, you're right, James. I can't say that you're completely wrong. But out of the limited instances where she saw how Baelish treats the people who he supposedly works with, for example, killing that man that brought her to him, throwing her aunt into the abyss from that hole, right? That's two. Even though she could act like, oh, I'm trying to save you, but still, she saw how quickly he switches on people, is what I'm saying. Obviously I'm biased because I know Baelish and I know he's a snake. Obviously Sansa doesn't have the same perspective I have. But still, man, I was just talking about children having intuition. Again, she's not a child per se, she's more like a teenager now, she's growing. He also kissed her, and Sansa seems to be in that state where she falls in love with any man or boy that shows any love towards her. The Lysa situation showed her enough. That's what I'm saying, right? At least to me it would have. Because you were just kissing that woman, telling her you love her one episode ago. Now you tell her that you only loved her mother, my mother, her sister, and then pushed her to her death after telling me you love me. He told her, like, you're more beautiful than your mother, or some crazy stuff like that, before he kissed her. So he's like all over the place. Yeah, he's done some slimy things. What exactly, like she said to the other people in the Vale, everything has been helpful. But still, it's like, you see that he's slimy. You see it. He hasn't been slimy to you yet. But he was actually, because he gave her to the Boltons. I've always kind of thought Sansa was inclined to choose the best princess choice. I agree, Archangel. She will stay in danger in a gilded cage before going to safety, but living her dream of gilded cage. Yeah, she has the princess syndrome. She wants to be a princess. Whether that would have been to Joffrey, whether that would have been to Baelish, whether that would have been to Ramsay, she wants that role. So I definitely see what you're saying. Hopefully, by this point, she learns that there's nothing good about being a princess. A queen, maybe. You have some authority as the queen. A princess, though? Sansa could marry Robin? I don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Right, she did say that, Heather. One of the first lines she had. Torbjorn! You could grow on me. Wait, he's not dead, is he? No, he's not. He could grow on me. It's not that he's a bad character, but he can grow on me. He's now with the death of my god, why am I forgetting Jon Snow's wife's name? Her character. Fuck. Guys, what was her name? Ygritte. Now with Ygritte gone, he is the most personable of the wildlings, as I've said countless times. So I'm waiting for him. He was in episode 8. He was doing some things where I'm like, okay, Torbjorn, I see you. I see you. And I'm waiting to like him possibly even more. Maybe he can be the type of character where with Jon Snow gone, unfortunately, maybe he's the type of character that we can get behind when it comes to what's going on with at the wall between the wildlings now and the men of the Night's Watch, because now it's gonna be like civil unrest. It's gonna be battle again, because they killed Jon Snow because he helped the wildlings and he essentially betrayed the code of the men of the Night's Watch, right? So they're gonna turn against the wildlings now, and the wildlings and the men of the Night's Watch are gonna be fighting now. And I'm obviously gonna be rooting for the wildlings in this case. Hopefully we can get behind Torbjorn in the upcoming season, if he has that role of being the leader of the wildlings. Sansa is still leveling up. She knows what Baelish wants now, and she definitely remembers the lessons Cersei taught her. The tears were not a woman's only weapon, right? Yeah, hopefully she picks apart some of those characteristics from some of the people that have hurt her and can use them to her advantage. She should have married Sweet Robin, in my opinion. She was never... No. And I don't think Baelish would have allowed that to happen either. Momiji, can you imagine the oral fixation of an adult Robin? He probably never grew out of that, Archangel. He'd probably never grew out of that. I mean, I've hardly grown out of it. Let me stop. I'd rather not. Yeah, but I don't want to see... I don't think I want to see Robin and Sansa. I don't think so. My guy Varys. John King same? It's not a king. Or is it? I don't know. My guy Varys. Where does Varys go? Varys obviously goes in the great tier. What I'm saying. What am I thinking even? It's Varys. We like Varys. And I remember, I think I've told you guys in a reaction before, when we first got introduced to Varys, I thought he was gonna be the Baelish type. And I thought Baelish was gonna be the Varys type. But I couldn't have been more wrong about that. I'm a big fan of Varys. The actor is fantastic. His character is fantastic. I really like his character. And whenever he's involved in something, you just feel like whoever is working with Varys is usually gonna have an out of a situation, just because you trust Varys in having at least a couple of aces up his sleeve at all times. And I'm glad that he's back with Tyrion, because the episodes with Tyrion at King's Landing as the Hand of the King were some of my favorites in the show, and him being in Meereen now, back at that role essentially with Varys with him, I approve, definitely. Sorry, I shouldn't have shared that gross mental illness. Varys is top tier. Varys is top tier, definitely. Varys is a great character, absolutely. Abigail, you're a little behind, but actually George R. Martin gave D&D plot points. Okay. I've seen that there's a bit of a, like, you know, a confusion in the sense of, was he involved, wasn't he? Because Archangel is saying that he stopped trusting what those guys were saying regarding what was going on. So again, I haven't seen any interviews, I haven't seen any of the behind the scenes drama, for obvious reasons, because probably there'll be spoilers galore if I look into that. So I have no clue. I'm just going by what you guys are saying. Varys grew on you. You definitely wasn't the fan initially, Tanisha. He grew on me too. He grew on me too. Because that's the point with Varys, right? You don't know if you can trust him at the beginning. He has that. Both him and Snake have the slimy essence when you first meet the characters, and once you start seeing them in situations, how they conduct themselves, how they act, then you're able to form like a more correct, I guess, view of their characters. But I think that he's written in a way where you should distrust him at the beginning. You can't wait for me to watch House of Dragons Season 2 starts soon. June 16th. We're only like what? It's April, right? We're like 2 months away. That's crazy. Hopefully, if I'm kind of going in a pace of like each season is like 1 month in the pace that I'm going, so we might be like, you know, almost like July we could be starting House of Dragons. I'll probably go right as soon as we finish Game of Thrones. We might do House of Dragons right after. Because it will also be, you know, as the show is also airing, which I think will be good for the channel as well. You think that Varys works for the good of the realm? I mean, I think at this point it's kind of obvious. 23 episodes left. Oh man. Oh man. That's nothing. That's like what? And the last episode isn't even like a full season, right? The last season. It's 8 episodes, right, guys? Season 1 of House of Dragons has 10 episodes. So it's like the Game of Thrones, right? Seasons. Oh, so both 7 and 8 are shorter seasons. Okay. 7 has 7 and 8 has 8. Oh. It would have been good if it was like 7 season has 7 episodes, 8 season has 8 episodes. Okay. That's Brienne, right? And Brienne is a good character. I don't know why Brienne hasn't instantly upgraded into a great character for me. I don't know what more I want to see from Brienne. I really liked her and Jaime, but her and the situation where she's at currently, some of her decision making, which I talked about previously as well regarding Arya and the Hound and even Sansa, have annoyed me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. She obviously has good intentions. She's a good human. But some of the situations I feel like she could have handled a little bit differently. She does let her emotions get the better of her a lot of the time. You have to confess that you never got into House of Dragons. You watched the first episode and you thought it wasn't for you. Interesting. What didn't you like about it? Or what, James? Was it like The story? Was it like the performances, the setting? Ooh, Marjo, that's harsh. It's a pale cop. I mean, I don't think it's very difficult to one-up a show like Game of Thrones, I feel. Especially when you are essentially existing in the same realm. You've been struggling with House of Dragons, it's not grabbing you. I still have one episode left and I don't even have a favorite character. Ooh. That is, you know, kind of worrying when you've gone already. But I'm also going to say, by the end of season 1, who were my favorite characters? Obviously, I liked Tyrion a lot. In Game of Thrones I'm talking about now. I really like Tyrion and Dany. Right off the bat, right? I liked Arya and obviously Ned. Jon Snow hadn't really grown on me in season 1 yet. And most of the other characters hadn't really grown on me either. But yeah, to not have a single favorite character after one season, yeah, kind of worrying. But we're not we're not here to talk about House of Dragons right now. Bronn is also... he still can grow on me even more. I don't know. He's kind of like... I'm tempted to put him at meh, but no, he can grow on me. I didn't care for any of his storylines in this season at all. He was just there existing, trying to get married, trying to get a fortune out of the wife he was gonna marry, and helping Jaime. Like, yeah, he was just there this season. I liked his dynamic with Jaime. They were funny together, but that's pretty much it with Bronn. Damn! A lot of you guys not being a fan of House of Dragons. Ooh, that's interesting, James. I do have to say, Game of Thrones, at least so far, the grittiness is quite essential to the show to me. It's very important, because there has been some instances in these later seasons where I did feel like some of the imagery was a little bit too clean, even, and it was kind of like not putting me off per se, but it wasn't the Game of Thrones that I had gotten used to. And you guys told me that they have upped the budget, and sometimes that leads to some more polished imagery, which does take away some of the realism, I guess, some of the authenticity that you feel when it's a little bit more gritty. You feel like you're actually there and it's a real world, instead of like being knowing that you're watching a show or whatever, or a movie. So I can understand what you're talking about, James. But yeah, I have no opinion on the House of Dragons because I have not watched even a trailer about it. I think I've only seen like pictures of like some of the characters, and that's pretty much it. Some of the later episodes are shot quite dark. Are you talking about Game of Thrones, Heather, or the House of Dragons? Because some of the episodes in season 5 were very dark in terms of lighting as well. Very dark. Where am I gonna put you? Now, Harris still hasn't grown on me yet. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I don't know what I'm waiting for Naharis, but it's just something that is like he's supposed to be way more charming than he is, at least from the dialogue that they've given him and like his role in all of this, but he just doesn't really do it for me yet. Hopefully in this upcoming season, maybe while he's with Zora, we'll get to see more of his character other than just this kind of like I'm too cool, I'm too badass type. I don't know what it is about Dario that I'm not fully buying. They use a shackle to ride dragons. That is not a kitty cat like them, she wrote bareback. I mean, Dany is Dany. They're never gonna be able to be Dany. Let's be clear about something here. She's her, she's the one. She'll grab the dragon by the scale if she has to. The lighting gets darker. Hello, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Welcome to our stream. Hope you're having a great Saturday. And the lighting gets darker and darker. Are you talking about Game of Thrones, right? You love the House of Dragons, but in a different way. I'm glad there are differences in backstory. We go to Game of Thrones, it jumps right in. You're glad there are differences in backstory. Okay. Rain is... I don't know these characters that you guys are talking about. You found most reactors to be pretty indifferent to Dario. Yeah, it was something about the Dario Naharis that we first got, that he was like... He was doing very little, but it kind of worked in a weird way. I don't know how to put it. It is sometimes kind of like, it does come down to some stuff that you can't really explain, some charisma or something. I don't know. And I don't want to say that he's uncharismatic. I think the actor is doing a good job. It could also be the writing. I don't know what it is. He's just kind of there. For example, out of the crew that Dany has with her, he's the one that I care for the least, right? I obviously care more about Miss Sunday. I obviously care more about Mr. Worm. I care more about Jorah. I care more about Tyrion, obviously, right? So he's just kind of there. He's just kind of there, and he's there to be kind of like Dany's love interest in a sense, right? So that they can have this thing between him and Zora. You also think that the House of Dragons is just telling one or two storylines, where in Game of Thrones, it's telling like a dozen at a time. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, James. Definitely. I smash for Dario 2.0. You do think he's more attractive than the original flavor Dario? Archangel, you prefer Dario number 1. So we have 2 votes for Dario number 2, and we have 1 vote for Dario number 1. I think they picked a dark hair instead of replacing him with another blonde guy because the men in that part of the world have dark hair 99%. Did the original Dario have blonde hair? I don't even remember his hair color. Was it like... I remember it was kind of like brownish, right? But they both could pass, like they could have been, like... I didn't really think about that. You liked number 2 better, Heather? That's interesting. He had blue hair in the books. Interesting. Like he was an anime character or something. Blue hair? That's very interesting. Have we seen somebody with blue hair so far in Game of Thrones? I don't think so. Hello Sarah, welcome to the stream. Justice for Tormund and Bronn. I mean, it's not that I don't like them. I feel like I can like them more. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I can like them a lot more than I do. I see the potential. I see the vision. I just need them to give me something more. You don't need to know the characters of House of Dragons, just know that there are some badass ones. So kind of like Game of Thrones, right? Dario number 2 is way better looking and therefore just way better. I'm glad you guys are at least objective about it. Dario version 1 has good dialogue and was bad as Dario version 2. Too Fabio-like for a cheesy romance novel. I agree, Your Majesty. I feel like that just might be the thing that is not clicking with me. Blue hair sounds very late 80s. It sounds very anime to me. Someone who hasn't lived through the late 80s. 2 is so hot, but 1 has the riz. So 1 has the charisma, right? And 2 is just kind of like a pretty boy. First time you disagree with Archangel Marcho? See, I've disagreed with Archangel bunch. We're still cool. Okay, I'm old and not hip. I keep hearing Riz and I still don't kind of know what it means. It's kind of like, you know, how flirtatious you can be. You know, how smooth you can be. Like with someone that you're hitting on, essentially. That's what Riz basically means. For the youths. That's what it is. He's basically saying he's smooth with the ladies. Charisma is another way to put it, very well. By Taylor. Gold teeth, blue mustache in the books. Are you talking about Dario? He sounds like some character. He sounds like he should be from like the Hunger Games, from the capital, the way you're describing him. Both had amazing character development. Sarah, you're talking about Bronn and Tormund? Tormund, I can see what you're saying. Bronn, though? Bronn remains and will remain a mercenary. That's what he is. He hasn't really changed as a character, right? He's currently just being offered things from the side of the people that we kind of like, so he's working with them. But I feel like he's just a big castle offer away from just going and join like Roose Bolton or something. So I don't think that Bronn has really had too much of character development, to me at least. Tormund I can see, but he was still just a bit too, I don't know. I liked how he eventually sided with Jon, but the fact that it even took him so long to realize that Jon Snow was about what he was about kind of rubbed me the wrong way, I'm not gonna lie to you. And I'm just giving him, you know, I want to like Tormund. I said it earlier in the stream. I want somebody that I will be able to like support from that side of the world, because at this point there's nobody that I like basically. So at least when it comes to what's gonna happen at the wall, I want to be with the wildlings and I want to support Tormund. So hopefully in the next season he does some stuff that I'm like, okay, I'm rooting for you. Who's next on the list? Next on the list is Missandei. Missandei is next on the list, and she is. She's. Now I'm thinking about it. She's a good character. I hope that in this next season we're actually gonna have like, because now she is asked to kind of like become her own woman in a sense, right? She's gonna be put in a very interesting position now that Dany is out of Meereen, and I've always felt like Missandei should be anointed as the person if Dany is to live, right? Let me tell you my theory. If Dany is to leave Meereen, right, and go and pursue her actual goal, which is to claim the Iron Throne again, Missandei is the perfect replacement for her at Meereen. I feel she knows the people, right? She's from there. She's of that place, right? Speaks the language. She understands the needs of both the upper class, the masters who were the masters of Meereen, and the slaves, because she was a slave essentially, then she was sold to one of the masters, right? She understands both perspectives. She has the heart of Mr. Worm, who is the leader of the Unsullied, right? She is logical in the decisions that she helps Dany take, right? She has a good heart, right? To me, she is the perfect replacement for when Dany eventually possibly leaves, and I'd like to see her in season 6 kind of be groomed into that role. Is River Mist Faye? Is River Mist Faye in chat? River Mist Faye, congratulations. I remember you telling us that the next time we do one of these streams, you'd be a newlywed. So congrats. I hope your new life is treating you and your partner as you have hoped and dreamed for. I'm going to love next season. You cannot wait, Sarah. I'm glad. Missandei is great, but eclipsed by Dany. That's what I'm kind of saying, is like, because she is her right-hand woman, right? But she has the same exact qualities as Daenerys, so she would be perfect for that position. You agree about Bronn, but you always loved him since the beginning. He's a funny character, Sarah. He's a funny character. I liked his chemistry with Tyrion a lot. He's a funny character. And that's why I want to like him more. You know? That's why I'm saying he could grow on me. I didn't put him in the meh tier. That's another big difference between book and show. Missandei. She's 11 in the books. Missandei is 11. Thank you. It was amazing and beautiful, but I missed you. Just prepping up more overseas to be with my husband now. Oh, you're going overseas? Where is your husband from? River Miss Faye. I'm so glad that it was amazing. I'm so glad. Where are you moving? Where are you heading? I bet that must be a hectic life for you right now. Being ready to like move out of the country. She's a child when we first meet her, and Dan is romantic with her ladies. Dan is? From Ireland. Ireland. That's great. I want to go to Ireland. I've heard a lot of good things about Ireland. So what I'm saying is, sounds like a great destination. Where did you guys had your wedding? Did you have it? You're from the States, right? River Mist Fae, I'm remembering correctly. Are you from the US? So did you have the wedding in the US, or did you have it at Ireland? Or did you have two ceremonies? You can come visit, but you have to bring the donkey. Marzo has the donkey. So I need to be going to France first. I need to go and visit Marzo first. Then we can bring Samuel. You keep typing and erasing more than you're posting. Marjo, I think River Mist Fae is talking about Samuel. Oh well, you're all welcome. Yeah, I don't have a donkey, River Mist Fae. It'd be fun if I had the donkey though. If I had anywhere for him to exist. That's Tommen, right? Okay. He can grow on me. I want him to become more. I need him to grow up a little bit. That's all I need. He's a good child. He's been put in a very difficult position. I just need him to get. I can't believe that I'm saying this. I need him to be a little bit more like Joffrey, just a little bit more like Joffrey, but only the assertive side of Joffrey. That's the only thing he needs. Just that, nothing else. And I even feel disgusted even saying that he needs to be more like Joffrey. But I just need him to actually. He has all the power and he chooses not to use any of it. Well, dinner's calling. Was nice chatting with you all. Enjoy your dinner. Tanisha, so glad you were able to pop by. And yeah, see you in the next video, the next reaction video. Thank you so much for joining us. So that's what I'm asking Archangel. She's like 11 in the books. I know that Dan is very young as well. Well, then I'm glad she's dating Grey Worm. If they can only keep it platonic, right? Sweet Tommen, yeah. You have 2 ex-husbands. They're donkey enough for you. Damn. Not really, you're still friends, actually. That's good to hear. Yeah, he's not. I wouldn't even say he's dumb. It just comes with the territory of being a young person thrusted into a position that he really isn't prepared for at all. Another error with Cersei, she didn't prepare her children correctly for the possibility of them being kings one day, ruling. So that's what happens. We have the man. So that's a perfect opportunity for me to touch on that scene between Arya going blind and what happened inside that temple. He's not dead, is he? And by him, I mean the actor. Because if he is, I would put him, he would be going to heaven, but I feel like we're still gonna be seeing him in the next episode. And if yes, he's a good character. But what the hell was that scene, guys? This gives me an opportunity to talk about that scene, because I thought I had kind of figured out what that temple's purpose was. I thought they were kind of like helping people at Bravos, you know, whether it be using their anonymity to like get rid of the bad people at Bravos, or relieving the ill from their pain and their suffering. But then, what's the whole blind thing about? What is... I guess they said Arya wasn't ready to be using those masks yet, because I guess what I got from it is you used that mask and you didn't use it for the god of death, essentially, for the god of it's the god of death they're worshipping, right? But you are still you're not no one. You still had your own agenda, which is what you fulfilled when you killed Trent. So you failed. You haven't managed to get rid of Arya. You haven't managed to become no one. So is that kind of the punishment that she got? And what does that mean for Arya in the future as well? Quit insulting donkey, very loyal and intelligent. Yeah, I've heard that donkeys are very, very intelligent animals, actually. But we use them as insults, which is crazy, because like we are humans, we have no right to talk at all. Your ex-boyfriend takes donkey as a compliment. It can be like a pet name, right? My little donkey. The actor, Tom Lasia? How do you even pronounce the last name? But he's very much still alive. I really like the actor. He has that charisma that we talked about. He's super charismatic. And his role by itself is a very interesting role, so it works. The combination works. Making Arya go blind. Yes, I realized that, but it's like one more thing to piss us off in episode 10, maybe because she stabbed his eyes out. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Archangel, that's a good guess. Damn, what would have happened if she like had done something else to him? Like she had cut off his limbs or something. Donkeys are actually excellent guard animals. Are they better than like hound dogs and stuff? Well, that's why I want the donkey to come and visit, so that she can protect you guys. Makes perfect sense. Chupacabras? You guys will think I'm crazy, but Jack and Hagar is in my top 5. Top 5 of what? Top 5 favorite characters. I don't think I'd call you crazy. I see the appeal. I definitely wouldn't put him top 5 though. Especially if we're talking about all of the characters we've seen in the show. Is that our helplessly in love with Dany Zora? Yeah. Where is that picture from? It almost looks like he's posing for something. And Zora is good. She's a really good character. He's a really good character. I'm kind of thinking I think I didn't have the good tier. I only had the great tier because I'm differentiating these characters even like up to a whisker now. And it's interesting because I haven't really put that much thought into how would I rank somebody great and somebody good. The thing with Zora is I like his character a lot. It's just that he has had like blinders on this whole show and he sees nothing else other than his love for Dany, which in itself is kind of his character. Having someone so helplessly in love with somebody where they literally give up their whole life for them. Everything they do is for that person. Every goal they have, every plan they have, everything they do is for that one person. And that's also at the same time it's also admirable, as it is kind of like, okay, maybe he needs to get the hint, you know. But you can't help but sympathize with a hopeless romantic sometimes. Somebody who's so head over heels in love. Because, you know, we've probably all been there at some point, right? So you can't help but feel for Zora. I would like for him, for his character, as we continue in season 6, to at least be accepted back by Dany. I know that he probably isn't gonna survive for too long because of the grayscale. The grayscale, right? I said it correctly. So I hope before he leaves us, he is accepted by Dany in whatever way that is. His top 5 characters. I mean, I can see why people really like Jaqen H'ghar. I'm not gonna argue with you on that one. I love Jaqen. He could talk to me all day in his riddles and third person. You want his voice on your GPS? He does. Now that I'm thinking about it, he could have a really good, but he would be talking in riddles, Mama Cat. That wouldn't help. That would not help. Since we're talking about donkeys, have you all seen the donkey laughing after the dog hopped the electric fence? Do you mean hopped? Tried to get over? But yeah, that's what I feel about Zora, and hopefully we get that in the upcoming seasons. Oh, this is Ollie. This is Ollie. He's not quite Bolton's torture chamber worthy. I am gonna give him grace because, as we said, he is only a kid. And from his perspective, they did kill all his family and the people of his village. pretty traumatizing experience for a kid to go through. So I'll give him some grace and I'll just say fuck him and I'll put him in the fuck you tier. But I didn't like the kid from the beginning. I didn't like the kid ever since he shot Ygritte. I had him pegged even from that moment that I wasn't gonna like him. Because who nods? Who has the time to nod after a kill in a battlefield? That doesn't happen. That shouldn't happen. That was only to piss us off even more. The writers knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. I could see where this was going. And Jon helped him. Jon harbored no ill will towards the kid who killed the love of his life. Because he understood, right? He had compassion. Something that Ollie clearly doesn't have. Can we also talk about the fact that why did the Night's Watch kind of like, as they were stabbing Jon Snow, they kind of like parted the sea for Ollie to walk through and give him the finishing stab? Like, since when did the Night Watch like give Ollie this kind of like position where he's like, no guys, let him give him the final blow? Like, it's a kid. Didn't like that. I didn't like that. The lady will stop at the sign, then the lady must turn right. Yeah, that's how your GPS would sound, Mama Cat. Abigail just... Oh, the donkey video, Archangel? I haven't seen it. Yeah, he's at fault, River Misfay. That's why I don't like him. I think he planned it. Ollie was the one probably that told them to do it. But that's what I'm asking. Since when does the Night's Watch listen to a little kid? I guess because they really didn't like Jon Snow to begin with. Ollie looks like the son of that horrid guy who killed Lord Commander. He does, right? You're not wrong, Archangel. You're not wrong. I know, Nelson. She did. That's why I'll give him some grace for his dislike of the wildlings, because it's understandable. And she did kill his father, and the rest of the wildlings killed the rest of the family and his village. So I'll give him some grace. Yeah, Marjo, same. That's how I felt about both Jon's and Syrine's deaths. You don't think Ollie planned it? Maybe he gave them the idea. Do you think the other dude planned it? The former commander? I mean, possibly. It's possibly either of them two, right? Could Melisandre have had something to do with this? She was at the wall. Ollie was definitely just going along for the ride. But he gave the final stab. They parted the seas for him. It's like he was the mastermind behind all of it. It's like, I know they wanted us they wanted to have that one-on-one between them because, for the obvious reasons, was like, it looked funny. That's all I'm saying. It broke Jon's heart, literally. It literally did. When Ollie took the stab to Jon's heart. I mean, Jon shouldn't have taken that kid under his wing to begin with. Yeah, James, probably. I still didn't like it. The visual of it. You're right, Nelson, you're right. You're right. You mean pube head? Grey teeth, Alistair? Yes. He did reveal his face, he did. In such typical Jon Snow fashion. You killed the love of my life, let me help you. You ruined my happiness in this world, let me bring you happiness, you know? That's Jon Snow. Thorne carries 1,000% of the responsibility. I mean, Thorne is the obvious choice of who did it. But I'm throwing out other ideas as well. It was like when Brutus killed Caesar. I think somebody told me about it. Like, it does draw inspiration from that as well. The most meh character to ever meh. You go right here. I don't even remember your name, and I keep not remembering your name in any of these tier lists. You're just not important at all. I'm sorry. Speaking of pube hair, yellow teeth. Yeah, he is a fuck you. No, he's in the. If he actually was the one behind everything, he's in the Bolton family torture chambers. He goes there. Another character that I hoped would at some point redeem themselves, kind of make me possibly like them, like Melisandre. Neither of them have done. They've done the exact opposite of that. It's kind of like, you know what I was saying about Sansa earlier. I fall victim of the same exact thing. I keep expecting better from people. I shouldn't. I should just take what they are for what they are and not expect any major life changes. Just because Jaime changed doesn't mean that every character is gonna have a similar trajectory. So yeah. Not Ed in Meg, guys. Who's Ed? I don't even remember that guy's name. I'm sorry. He's the most meh character to ever exist. I don't know what he does in the books. I don't know. No. I've made the meh tier for a reason. Somebody's going there. And that is Ed, apparently. And technically season 8 is longer than 6 episodes. One episode is 2 hours long. That's a movie. That is not an episode. That's a whole ass movie. You hated on Ed last time too. And guess what? Unless Ed does something that makes me actually remember that his fucking name is Ed, he's gonna keep getting hated. Because he has been in the show for however many seasons now. And this is the first time I learned that his name is Ed. Put Ed in another place, he's very loyal. No, Marzo. No. If I cannot remember your name, you are a meh tier character. I make the rules. It is what it is. Ed is as loyal as a donkey. Would you spend 1 week in Bolton torture chamber? If it meant you would marry Daenerys. Fuck. As I was reading your sentence, Nelson, I was like, that's an easy answer. That's an easy no. But then, now I'm gonna have to think about it. A week? I don't think I'd make it a week. Right? How long does the torture like take before you completely like lose it mentally? If you're not dead just by pure mutilation by that point. Would I even be able to make it to Daenerys after that? Like, and what happens if I get Theoned? Then I'm screwed. Or actually I'm not screwed, and neither is Dany ever. So like, can I take that chance? Ed is a guy who's just sort of in the background, like you know who it is, but he doesn't do anything. Thank you, James. You just described a May character. Justice for Ed. We've had this with the Mormons. I didn't expect this to be the debate with Ed too. Yeah, he did support Jon, now that you guys are mentioning it. He did. I wouldn't compare the two shows. Oh, you're talking about the House of Dragons and the Game of Thrones? That's what I'm saying, Marjo. Like, what if I get Theoned? That's too much at stake here. Right, James? It's a trick question. It's a trick question. Not Greek guy thinking about all the torture chamber angles. I mean, he posed a question that, you know, needs some thinking, because the payoff is great, but when you're talking about a week? A week? Think of all the stuff that can happen to you in a week in the Bolton's torture chamber. It's just... You could tag and retention in there. I think, I don't know, but I think, you know, you can try all the tricks in the book. That's a pretty easy thing to figure out, if somebody's lying or not. Season 8, episode 3, turn your light up on your screen and maybe make your room a little darker. I'm just imagining darkness for the entirety of the episode. Is that who I think it is? Straight to hell you go. I'm so glad you died in the way that you died. Trent. What type of name is Trent? Trent. Sounds like fucking some type of equipment of some sort. Like Trent. Horrible character. We had to waste like a couple of episodes on this man torturing little girls. Literally torturing them, like not even anything sexual, just torture. It's like, what is... How... I'm so glad that he had a brutal death. That was a badass scene of Arya. Archangel, that's what I'm thinking. A week is too much. A day? Maybe I can tough out a day for Dany. Maybe I can tough out a day. And I'm still taking a risk. But because it's Dany, right, I'm gonna do it. Hello GS Ventress, welcome to the stream. glad to have you here. Could you react to a movie by director Panos Cosmatos named Mandy? It's a great movie. I have not heard of that. I have heard of Panos Cosmatos. Sure. I'll add it to the list of movies that I need to be checking out. I asked Panos to react to the Fifth Element since ages. He ignores me and I'm human. Marjo, I try my best. There's too many requests. But I will be reacting to the Fifth Element, definitely. I've heard great things, obviously. And don't worry, guys, the channel is not going anywhere. I'm gonna be checking out all of the movies when the time is right. Fifth Element has similarities to Poor Things a little bit. Interesting. You mean in terms of the story or in terms of how it was shot? Or both? Because Poor Things, outside of just how interesting the story is and extreme, the way it was shot and the way it looks is just awe-inspiring. If you see it on the big screen, it's beautiful. It looks stunning, guys. In terms of how vibrant the colors are, how beautifully Lanthimos shoots, especially with that fisheye lens, a lot of his scenes, it looks so cool. You guys, did you know that he hasn't even seen The Matrix? Yeah, I haven't. It's one of those things where you like, it's one of those movies where you've heard so much about and you haven't seen, and at some point you're like, well, I haven't seen yet, so it kind of skips your radar a little bit. And it's always in the back of my mind where I'm like, I need to watch The Matrix at some point, and I just never have gotten to it. But that's why I've made this channel, guys, so that, because I know there's a lot of classics that I haven't watched, so it's great now that I'm able to do a reaction to them, because it's gonna be like good and authentic. The ending of Poor Things was like a garden of horrors, a twisted Garden of Eden. A lot of things twisted about Poor Things. A lot of them. The premise itself is just, what? Craziness. You haven't seen The Matrix either, Mama Cat? Thank you, Mama Cat. See, Archangel? There's other people in the world who have not seen it. It's not just me. Oh, who? Oh, that's the mother. That's Shireen's mom. Why did they do here? Why did they use this image? That's funny. She goes to hell. Yeah. I respect her for hanging herself, but that's pretty much it. She was horrible to Shireen all of her life. She broke at the end because, of course, you would. Your child is being burned alive. And then she did the right thing, which is get rid of herself from this existence. But I don't think she's seen heaven. After The Matrix, you need to react to Animatrix, a very unknown sequel. I've heard of it, I've heard of the Animatrix. But you need to be intoxicated in some form to watch both of these films. I need to be intoxicated to watch The Matrix. Intoxicated or high? I don't think either would make for a good reaction, or would it? I don't know. You thought The Matrix was just kind of meh. Oh, James, that's very interesting. Every man in Poor Things is very shady, yeah. That's a big part of the concept of Poor Things. In the rewatch, I noticed that she was actually showing care that Shireen attached. I mean, yes, she wasn't whipping her, although she suggested it at some point, I believe. But I don't remember the parts where she showed care, to be honest. Okay, so can you guys remind me this guy's name? He was meh. He's that person of the royal family of Meereen, right? That was about to marry Dany and got killed. He's meh. Oh, he's dead now, right? Is he going to heaven or is he going to hell? I think he's gonna go to heaven though, right? I don't think he's gonna go to hell. Huh. I think he's going to heaven. I don't know if he did. I think he's gonna go to heaven. So since I have it here, might as well send him to heaven. Weirdly, The Matrix is more relevant today than when it came out. I mean, I'd guess because of how far technology has advanced at this point, and with AR and VR and all that stuff, if I understand what The Matrix kind of plays on. She lost 3 or 4 children. She was quite mentally ill by the time we meet her. Yes, she clearly was. I'm not denying that. But still, she's not seeing heaven. She has a bigger possibility of seeing heaven possibly than Stannis or Trent, but that's not up to me. Although here it is up to me. But I don't think she is. In The Wall, for example, she came off as annoying, but she was looking out for Shireen. Are you talking about the part where she told her not to speak to Davos and not wave back at Sam and Gilly? Basically the 3 nicest people Shireen could ever interact with. River Miss Faye, that's the name of this guy. Where did I put of him? Hisdar Zolorak, or something like that. Yeah, I agree, Merge. He's not bad. He's not bad. He's not evil in the show, but in the books, highly suspect. See, I was suspecting him in the show still. I was, up until he died, I was like, he might have something to do with everything going on at Meereen right now. He would be the one that would be free of most suspicion. He owned slaves, right? I think his family did own slaves, but if I remember correctly, and if he was telling the truth, they were against. I think at some point they rallied against the ownership of slaves or something along those lines, if I remember correctly. His father at least did. Hello Chuck, welcome to the stream. Hope your Saturday is going great. Vala Margulis, Varadohairis. Did I do it right? How have you been, Jack? How has your day gone? I believe you are now able to react to the Red-Nosed Day Game of Thrones musical with Coldplay. It's a light-hearted special that aired in the middle of season 5. That sounds interesting, although I'm not the biggest Coldplay fan. But that sounds interesting. In the book, she was one of the organizers of the Sons of the Harpy. So my theory was right. The reasons I was suspecting him were correct. In the books, you remember him eating grasshoppers with honey? He does that? Do you, Mama Cat? That's kind of like how I was viewing him, I'm gonna be honest. But them killing him kind of like was like, okay, maybe he wasn't, but he could still have been, but they just killed him for the reason that you said. You never know. I've been doing well, been able to listen to the stream, but now I'm home. Had to rush home after I heard all of this Ed hate. Fuck it. No, don't no. He's an okay guy. He's cool. He's okay. I just didn't know what his name was, and it's season 5. And if I don't know what your name is by the time we've reached season 5, what can I do? You will see plenty of characters participating in it. Oh. Do they like sing? That'll be funny. Maybe he wanted to kill Dany, but then he fell in love or wanted to smash first. I mean, if Dany were to tell me to marry her, order me to marry her, it's done. I don't care what the plan is. I'm sabotaging the plan. I'm marrying Daenerys. It's done. It's over. Ed dropped a barrel of oil on a woolly mammoth. How many people can say that? I'm gonna be honest, only Ed can say that, but he's the only one that has tried. At least so far, so... It would be a good thing if I was able to remember his name while he was doing that. That would be great. And he wasn't just the character who was dropping a barrel of oil onto the mammoth. Revolution here for Ed with Pip and Gran. See, Pip and Gran, although I still weren't able to remember their names, they were more noticeable as characters, you know? Although I believe, did I put them in the Met here as well? I don't quite remember. But they had more character. Speaking of lack of character, you guys don't like me when I hate on pod, but he remains a meh character. He just... Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit fair and say that he can grow on me, because he can grow on me. And I do remember his name, so I'm gonna abide by my own rule set that I've set And since I can remember your name, you can still clone me. I'm still waiting for him to do so. That mammoth was awesome or not so. And it was, Archangel. 100%. I feel about as bad for the mammoth as I do about the poor bear that got an arrow in the shoulder. That bear was a much better character than Ed. The greatest squire that ever lived. Those are Tyrion's words. Doesn't take much to be the greatest squire at Westeros, to be honest. Just don't kill anybody. Don't kill the person that you're squiring for, I guess, is the line. That's the bar. It's a pretty low bar. You saw the actor that plays Pod in the newest season of Black Mirror, completely different, couldn't recognize him. So I guess he's a good actor. Better not be hating on Pod the Rod. I'm not hating. I'm just not impressed. I also liked him more with Tyrion, to be honest. Still wasn't something special, but I just liked his dynamic a little bit more than his dynamic with Brienne. He just hasn't had anything to do, really. How do you please sex workers so much that you don't have to pay? Well, let me tell you. But if that's the only thing that he has going for him, good for him. Greek guy has zero love for mammoth attackers and fantastic squares. The mammoth, the fact that, yeah, he killed the mammoth, I'm siding with the mammoth. I mean, they are already nearly extinct, right? At least I assume in the Game of Thrones world they are as well. Much like the giants. Bear didn't want to be in that pit. It's kind of like bullfighting, Archangel. It's like the animal didn't do anything. I'm rooting for it to kill you all. Pod has the sweetest baby face in green. Notice how you're not mentioning any actual like character arcs or developments. He just like has a cute baby face. And he has a good dig game. There's only one giant left. I was thinking about that when they kept showing him, right? So yeah, I think I asked as well, is he the only giant left? Can giants reproduce with non-giants? Is that even a possibility? And can they produce like semi-giants? Can they produce like a Hagrid from Harry Potter? Is that a possibility? I cannot speak further of Pod. Michak, we don't do that in Greece ever. That's specifically a Spanish tradition, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm in every video that I've seen, when a bull just catches some of those people running from it and starts attacking them, I cheer so hard. Specifically, I think there was a video where it was pretty viral, so you probably saw it in some social media or something, where there's a woman who is either on her phone, the bull, so the running of the bulls is like, they have, I think it's one bull, and they kind of like abuse that poor animal, and they kind of like make him angry or whatever, and then they make him chase people, right? And there's a bunch of people running from this massive bull, and there's this woman who is either on her phone not paying attention or recording that thing. It's also Portuguese tradition, okay, and she's recording that, either recording or she's on the phone. I don't know what's worse, they're both equally bad. And the bull runs, it's a bunch of people running past her, and it's also a bull coming at her, and the bull passes by her and she doesn't even flinch, she doesn't react, and the bull kind of like runs past her, stops, turns around, and she's like, this bitch is recording me, and then starts attacking her. And it was the funniest video I've probably ever seen. I was cheering for that bull so much, because first of all, zero spatial awareness and zero like understanding of like, you're in danger right now, what are you doing? And second of all, that bull got his revenge on somebody, so that's cool. Those bulls getting revenge videos are gold. Yes, they're absolutely gold. My daughter would love you. She feels bad for the bulls and not for the people. If the people have it, like they have it coming in that type of stuff, man. I just can't. Like that bull running, bull fighting, circus, all that stuff is like, it's not even that entertaining. Like, what are we doing? It's not even like, is it worth it? For if the bull catches you and like seriously damages you, is it worth it for? It's so dumb, bro. We cheer for donkeys and bulls in this channel. Absolutely, absolutely. We have Mr. Worm, and Mr. Worm is good as well. I'm so like I'm conflicted. I want to put both Missandei and Worm in the great tier, but it's like I just want them to. I want to see more of them, you know. But I like them so much better than some of the characters in this tier, so I feel kind of bad putting them here. So I'm gonna move both of them actually in the great tier, because I really like them both. I just want to see more of them, is the thing. But I'm switching them to the great tier now that I'm thinking about it a little bit. Right, Marjo, the bull can't win. It's no like... A 100% Archangel, like, it's not even a conflict in my brain. It's like, y'all deserve this. Whatever happens to y'all, you wanted that bull to chase you. You wanted him to chase you. Like, what am I gonna feel sorry for? The fuck? I'm rooting for the bull. Since you made this a competition, I'm gonna root for, as you said, the innocent party. The underdog, right? We love a good underdog story. But after the bull is dead, you can make some good burgers. You rescued your pitbull from a fighting ring. He was the sweetest ever. Oh, he's dead. Barry. A fighting ring. Another thing that is just like, why? Like, fighting rings with dogs, and like I think they do it with chickens too, or was it roosters? It's like, why? You want fighting pits? put humans. Do it yourselves. Like, so stupid, bro. I don't know if bull meat makes good meat. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of bull burgers before. If you remember, Ollie went and spoke to Sam while Jon was at Hardhorn. It was Ollie who probably brought to Thorn, and then they did it. I'm not putting it past Ollie. I'm not. You can't eat a ball or any cow meat fresh. I mean, you can, but it's much better aged. That's Father Tyrell, right? He's meh. I mean, he can grow on me. Yeah, he can grow on me. But I don't remember his name, so like... He's meh. But I like him, he seems carefree. He really seems like one of the most carefree characters in the show. He seems to always be in a good mood. And like, I do appreciate that. But other than that, hasn't really done much. Lord Oath seems appropriate. I'm not convinced Ollie had the cojones to plot like that, but he was definitely a more than willing participant. Clearly, he wanted to have the kill shot. He wanted to have the last shot. Obviously, he was. Ollie killed Ygritte and Jon. Pretty good. Kill a happy couple when you're barely 11 years old. He's not even jaded yet. He's not even doing it because, oh, they found love and I hate it. Because I never got it. It's like... sucks. He has a booming singing voice. Lord Oath, I mean, he was alright. Booming might be stretching it. Father Tyrell has an enormous lust for life. He could laugh in the face of death itself. That's a pretty good line. Was that in the book somewhere, or did you just write that? Lord Oath of Highgarden, okay. Just the name Oath. Welcome back, Heather. Had to get some dinner. Turkey spinach feta bacon burger. Mmm. That sounds so good, actually. Feta in anything just makes the dish so much better. And it's not even a Greek thing. It's just like, it tastes so good. He was the only man to defeat Robert Baratheon in battle. Was he? Oh, you just mean loud, Archangel? Okay, that he is. It's Mace Tyrell, but his mother Olenna calls him an oaf. Now that makes much more sense, because I'm like, is that man's name really Oaf? Now that, and I think I can recall now that you mentioned it, that she often calls him that in the show. Marge, I have a turkey in my yard named Elizabeth. Funny enough, that's a pretty good name for a turkey. Elizabeth. Not a bad turkey name. I don't know why, I kinda like it. Yeah, him and Sam's dad, but Sam's dad deserves more credit. Didn't know that. The only thing he let seats to was the buffet table. He also starved Stannis. Oh, that's right. The Tyrells did. The Tyrells did. Yes, that we know. That we know. Right, Archangel, instantly I can put him in the good grown with here, definitely. Just off of that, he gets a tier. Absolutely. Is that what I think it is? It's fucking Pycelle. I swear, if we do season 6 tier list and I still have to rank this man in a place that's not the graveyard, that's not hell, I'm not playing anymore, because this man should have been dead since season 2, if we're being honest. This man should have been dead since Tyrion kind of like realized that he's a lying piece of shit. But he has hung around for 3 more seasons, going into 4 now with season 6. And they keep showing us this man when we never asked for it. And we've lost so many great characters, and we have this little piece of shit still in our face. Your favorite character? Fuck Pycelle, bro. He's like a cockroach after nuclear holocaust, still around. Yep. Original series title was The Song of Ice and Pycelle, true story. He better not even touch the Iron Throne with a finger or anything. I better not see him anywhere near the throne, actually. It's like the characters forgot he was a character at all. They just haven't given him any parts or any lines. He's just kind of floating around the box because they forgot about him. That's literally what it is. Because they showed us this the whole thing with Cersei, where she did the whole thing, the atonement, whatever it was called, and then they had to show us Pycelle for like 2.1 seconds, and like he did nothing. He was just being a perv. He was just staring. Why was he there? Why did you show us him? Why are you paying him to appear on screen? You need to pay that man when you saw him on your episodes. Why are you wasting money? I don't want to imagine it, River Miss Faye. If that's the ending, I understand why everybody hated it. There is no bigger coward than Pycelle. No, there isn't. Or Joffrey. Joffrey was a bigger coward. I love when Pycelle judgmentally looked at Cersei. Was it that? I just thought he was being a perv. Or he was being a pervert. And you loved that? Why would you love that? It's like, fuck Pycelle. Why am I seeing his face? Janos Slint, another. Yes, you're right, Ottawa James. He is the biggest coward, actually. You are right. he only had bravado when it came to killing babies. That's the only people he could bully. Babies. Literally, like newborn children. I mean, Pycelle did hold onto one of the most important positions in the entire kingdom for a long time. That's what his character essentially is, right? A cockroach. He basically told us himself that he has served under many kings and has survived basically in that position still. Oh my goodness, why is this the picture? My sweet baby Shireen. Obviously she's in heaven. Obviously she's in heaven. Let's move out of the way. She goes here. She's the purest. She's the purest. She has her own suite in heaven. Everything accommodated. She's living like the princess she is. Okay? I expect nothing less. I accept nothing less. They better be treating our baby Shireen right, wherever she went to. Because man, she didn't deserve that life that she had. She didn't deserve to be Stannis' daughter. How did she come out of Stannis and that other woman? What happened there? How did that girl come out of those two? Must have, it's the thing that they say about DNA skipping a generation or whatever. Must have been somebody else from the family tree, from both sides. Not me spoiling Slynt's death during the last live stream and having to backpedal. It's a good thing I probably didn't remember it, River Miss Faye, when you did. I wonder if she could get along with Arya. Shireen? I absolutely believe she could get along with Arya. Why wouldn't she? You nearly spoiled Joffrey's death a while back. Guys, it's cool, even if you accidentally put something in there that could hint at something. I might just not even piece it together or even remember it, even if I read it. The actor that plays Pycelle has turned 89 a week ago. And he was in Empire Strikes Back. That's the Star Wars film, right? 89. So when this was shooting, he was like 70, what, 75? Yeah, he looked good for his age. He didn't look 75. I'd say he was about 60 or something. 60 something. Shireen ascended into a goddess, yes. She better have. Stannis' previous maester said that she was the saddest girl he had ever seen. Definitely didn't look the saddest to me. She actually looked to be dealing with the situation that she was in such a positive way. It was kind of incredible. The way that she interacted with everybody. It was just so sweet and nice. Meh. I don't remember your name. I know you made a monster with the mountain, but you are meh. And so are you. Let's start getting you off out of the way. You are meh. I can actually say fuck you. I can actually say fuck you. You're not meh. You would have been meh if you stopped at I've converted to this religious cult, other than actually going around and hurting people for their sexual preferences. I never liked Lancel anyway. Since the beginning of the show, he was horrible. I like how they have here in black and white for some reason. Looks like we're looking at a... because she has passed, right? So we're looking at the memorial picture of her. Yeah, she goes straight to hell. And good riddance. I was so happy Theon threw her of that... what was it? Bridge or whatever? Those barracks. So I was just so glad. Because it was a quick death, just how it should have been. We got rid of her like she was throwing away trash. Picked her up, threw her away like trash, and just nobody cares about you. Just go. Just go. Lancel killed King Robert and brought down Queen Cersei. He's a legend. Why would he be a legend for killing King Robert? I liked King Robert. Chuck, that might be a Patreon thing. So stay tuned for the Patreon when that gets announced. But yeah, right now I just have the movies that I want to react to. She plays Catherine of Aegon Henry. Who does, Mama Cat? Who are you talking about? Into the bin, Miranda. Robert was low-key evil? No. Do you know why I know that he wasn't evil? Because in his deathbed, when he didn't have... I don't want to say to pretend, because I don't think he was pretending. But in his deathbed, he said all the right things. He was like, "Don't. You were the only one, Ned, that told me to not go and kill that innocent child, essentially. And you were right." He told him that before he passed. And Ned himself had told him that the Robert that he knew wouldn't be doing that stuff that he was doing now as king. I think that it's just the position had tainted him. I feel like the situation in King's Landing, how toxic that shit was, how toxic his relationship with Cersei was, the Lannisters, the loss of his love, Ned's sister, just all of that had kind of like, the alcoholism just kind of like had created something that I believe Robert wasn't all along. I mean, to be Ned's best friend, you need to be at least somewhat of a good person. Like, come on now. Because they were like, from what I got, they were really, really close. So I wouldn't say that he was low-key evil. What about 20 euros and a kebab? You don't have a Patreon, do you? Heather, no. But I've been thinking about it, and I'll probably, because some of you guys have been asking for a Patreon, so it'll probably be happening. I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys know. I just need to get some full-length reactions uploaded first, so that you guys have some content. when the Patreon gets uploaded, you know, you have a reason that you have a reason to join. A Greek guy Patreon. It's about time I'll be the first sign up. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the reactions. And you know, about the tiers, about the things and stuff, the rewards, that what you told Jack, what you said, Jack, I've been thinking of having that, you know, to be a Patreon reward. Then obviously the classic full-length reactions and stuff will also be there. Wish they would redo the audiobooks with a full cast. I know Roy Rice has ton of accolades, but literally everyone sounds old. Even young women sound old. Oh, he's the one that does the audiobooks. Is that who that man is, Archangel? Robert was a really bad king, but I don't think he was a bad man. I agree, James. I agree. That's Laura's light, right? He could grow on me. If he lives, if he survives the religious cult. Sir Barriston, you're dead and you're going to heaven. You were a good man. At least the little that I got to know about you and from what I've heard about you in the past. You weren't some bad guy. You've killed a lot of people, but I don't think you are a bad person. Robert is tragic and symbolizes a summer king fertility archetype, but he was depressed, hated being a king, and left behind a shit show, both in King's Landing and the rest of Westeros. Yes. That's basically how I viewed Robert River Mistfay. He was just so jaded, so done with everything, where he had reached the point, extremely depressed, where the only enjoyments he could find in life is through alcohol, classic depression symptom, and I guess having a lot of women and eating, basically all the frivolous stuff that comes with being a king. And he still wasn't happy. That's the thing, because he was clearly depressed, and that's just how he was feeling the void that he still couldn't feel because that conversation he had with Cersei about when he lost Ned's sister, he basically said even 7 kingdoms couldn't feel the hole she left behind. So that alone tells us the state of Robert as a character. Well, Robert via Stannis did actually almost kill baby Dany and her toddler brother way before the drinking and stuff. Yes, Archangel. She's not, obviously, he has bad things. He's done bad things, or he has attempted to do bad things. In the instance of the Targaryens, I can understand that when he has just basically waged war against the Mad King, who was a Targaryen, he was essentially fearful of the consequences. Obviously, I'm never gonna support going to try and kill children. Absolutely not. But I think it was in a moment of chaos where he wasn't really thinking about what he was doing when he gave that order. Wrong. It's wrong, absolutely. So, you know, he's the different character from Ned. I'm not saying he's as good a guy as Ned was, clearly, because he was corrupted eventually by the power and the allure of power and that stuff. He was. But I wouldn't say that he was evil, necessarily. Not to mention all his bastards. Plus, he started the war without all the facts, though it could be argued that King Aerys or Rhaegar started the war. Okay. Did he not know all the facts? I'm trying to try and recollect now what we've heard in the history and lore stuff. And he was beating up Cersei. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Ventress. Cersei probably deserved it. She probably deserved it. Like the slap that he gave her in that scene with Ned, she earned that. And she wore it like a badge of honor, like she said. Now, Joffrey, he also deserved it, so... No. I mean, Tyrion was slapping Joffrey. So... But I mean, when he was a small kid, yeah, that can lead to a lot of issues that we saw with Joffrey when he grew up, I guess. That could have contributed to what Joffrey became, I'm not gonna lie. Robert was blinded by his love for Lyanna, yeah. Robert also impregnated a young teen girl. We also see them kill her baby in the show. Yes, the woman that they killed the baby, right? Robert's bastard. Hey! Different times, man. Different times. thank the gods for Bessie. He could have banished the mountain and Tywin after they killed those babies, but he ended up actually thanking them. Did he know for certain that it was them? Or did they try to lie and say that it was somebody else or something else happened? Yeah, he was a bad king, definitely. He wasn't a good king. He was beating her up because he was an abusive drunk. Are these all in the books, Ventress? I'm going basically off what I've seen in the show. So I don't know what Robert was up to in the books. No, that's the spy, the snitch working for Baelish. You can go fuck yourself. He needs the support of Tywin and his gold. Yeah, but if he knew, still doesn't excuse him, right? Yeah, that is true, Archangel, that is true. Now that I'm thinking about it, that is true. That is pretty horrible. I guess probably just something about the actor himself that was very likable with me watching the show. But it is true if you start to thinking about some of the things that he was like lenient on and acceptful of. They tell you this in the show about the Mountain, Robert, etc. Do they specify that Robert knew? The actor who plays Robert is in that Red-Nosed Kid too. That's nice. He seems like the type of guy that seems to be really fun to hang out with. The actor. Oh, this motherfucker. He's dead, right? Aenus Lint is dead, right? Yes, they cut his head. They cut his head, yes. Okay, you go to hell. You go to hell. That's the picture too, that's why I remembered. Yes. Definitely going to hell. Definitely going to hell. Yeah, there's no other place for you. There's no other place for cowards who kill babies. I'm so glad he is dead at least. If I had to still see him and Pycelle in future seasons, that's just too much. That's just too much. The Mountain is in Stranger Things. What season of Stranger Things? I've seen the first 2 seasons of Stranger Things. Yeah, Jon killed him. Yeah. Yeah, Jack, I remember now. He got the job. Yes. Season 1? Who is the Mountain from Stranger Things? Who's the actor? He's not the chief, right? Ooh, the one who first found 11, Archangel. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah. I remembered it. That's where the picture is from. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. I think you guys told me that they changed actors for the Mountain. There's a different actor in season 1 when we first see him, and now there's a different actor for him. Thank you, Marjo. That's what I'm talking about. Several, so not just 2 of them. They've just alternated. Because, let's be honest, at this state that the Mountain is now, they could have just put anybody under that armor. They just need to be big as hell. And we'll believe it. You're meh. You're like, his Cersei's uncle or whatever? You're meh. Cersei though, she's a great character. I can't even front, I can't even lie. She's a great character. I'm glad you guys told me that she wasn't actually, she had a body double for that scene. And apparently they used like her face and just in post-production just added it on top of a different body, because that was extreme. But I've always appreciated what Cersei brings to the show, as crazy and sick as she is and can be. I think some of you guys have put it perfectly. She's such a good actress, Lena Headey, that she makes you feel for such a despicable in many ways character. But just from the aspect of her love for her children, she can make you feel at times that love is genuine. Not for many other things though, but regarding her children, I do feel like that love is genuine, and she can transmit that through the screen. And outside of the fact that she's a hilarious character to me, she's just so funny in so many instances. And at this point I'm very interested to see where her character goes after the events of season 5, because there's just so many ways they could go with Cersei's story at this point. I was also one of the 2,318 people that portrayed the Mountain in Game of Thrones. The Mountain on Harrenhal was the second actor, okay. Cersei is one of the greatest characters in TV show history, in your opinion. I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't argue against that. Definitely one of the best characters in any show that I've watched. She was Leonidas' wife in the 300. That's the first time I've heard of. I saw Lena Headey in anything. I remember seeing the 300 way, many years ago, and since having rewatched it, she plays these roles perfectly. It's like these are like the type of roles that she's made to play. The queen type roles where she's kind of like bitchy, but still kind of cool. You know, in the 300, obviously she wasn't like Cersei. But she nails those roles 100%. I do prefer her a lot more as a brunette than a blonde, though. The actress who played young Cersei was perfect too, even if it was just for one scene. Yeah, she captured the bitchiness of Cersei perfectly. Panos smells Cersei vibes instantly. Smells? I see what you mean, Marjo. As a Greek, did you like the 300? I loved the 300. I thought it was a really good movie. Yeah, I really liked the 300. Wasn't historically accurate by a long stretch, but it wasn't supposed to be. That's what wasn't what it was going for. It was actually based on a novel, mainly. I think approximately 75% of the British acting population was in Game of Thrones. And Harry Potter, yes. If you combine the two, right? You just saw in Brooks, and it had Madai, Muri, Tyrion, Mance Rayder. Tyrion is British. I actually thought he was American, just doing a British accent. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that he was British. That's cool. No, I understood what you said, Marge. I understood. It just sounded funny. Oh, he's American. That's what I thought. So he's American doing the British accent, right? Because it didn't sound native, his accent in the show. It doesn't sound like a native accent. Oh, that's Targaryen, right? The Maester of the Citadel at Night's Watch. Obviously, he goes in heaven. I really liked him. And one of the few characters that actually got to go peacefully on his deathbed of like old age, which is such a rare thing in Game of Thrones. My goodness. But also what a sad life he lived, you know, knowing that because of the oaths he had vowed, he couldn't go and protect his family, you know, as they were being slaughtered. You might have to skip a section of today's history and lore. Oh no, are there spoilers? Ventress? Oh no, you're right, Tyrion is American. Yeah, but Game of Thrones people in everything, yeah. You worked at a movie theater when 300 came out, and this group of like 50 students dressed as Spartans arrived and just stomped around our lobby, jumping off benches and just generally being insane. Why? Why would you do this? I kind of always wanted to work at a movie theater though. Never got the chance. But I like to work at a small, like local theater. Like we have a local theater near me, where it's like it has 5 screening rooms. That would be good. That'd be cool to work there, I feel. Oh, you're gonna check, Heather? That's very nice of you. If you do, please let me know. Yes, if there are any spoilers at any point, either for the rest of Game of Thrones or for the House of Dragons, if there are any. They didn't even stay for the film. Maybe they had already seen it, probably, right? Yates spoils the entire story of House of Dragons? Oh no, we don't want that. Please not. Yeah, it was a privately owned theater with 6 cinemas. It was cool, but that was one of my favorite memories. So dumb. I mean, hey, as long as it didn't destroy anything. Multiplexes were invented by a Canadian. One of the very first one was right here in Ottawa. Very interesting. It's only for House of Dragons. I figured. I know, Mama Cat. I know. I'm sure I won't be able to just completely avoid stuff. I mean, since it is based on the same realm and history of stuff that has already happened before the events that we're seeing here. There are gonna be references and names and stuff, but I'll probably not remember them by the time I'm watching House of Dragons. Right, Archangel, it'd probably be the same, you know. Even if I watched it now, I probably wouldn't remember by the time I start watching the House of Dragons. My poor girl, you are so meh, but I feel sorry for you. But I can't remember your name, so by law I have to put you here. Olenna, great, fucking great. I didn't get enough of Olenna. I feel like we're not getting enough of her. I want more Olenna scenes, please. Hopefully, this upcoming season, when she hopefully escapes, helps her children escape, rather, her grandchildren. But there's nothing else I can say about Olenna that I haven't said already. Besides the actress doing a fantastic job, she's like, you know, on par with like Tywin in terms of like smarts, which is why I was so pissed off when she let Cersei play her even that one time. Because how do you, Miss Olenna, fall for Cersei? She doesn't even have half your smarts to allow that to happen. But I guess it can happen to the best of us. And it's not like Cersei's a complete idiot. She's conniving. But it was like, I felt like, wow, Miss Olenna, how could you let that happen? Under your own nose. Unless you wanted that to happen. Which then would be like, haha, she's actually thinking several moves ahead. Who knows? He's already seen part of it. He didn't skip the convo between Marjorie and Joffrey. When they were talking about, he was showing her around, right? They were talking about like the prisons and stuff. Okay, champ, gotta run. Tacos are waiting. Enjoy season 6. Season 6 is your favorite, Chuck. I'll hopefully see you all on the next one. Thank you so much for dropping by, Chuck. Always good to have you in this. Enjoy your tacos and the rest of your weekend, and absolutely seeing you in the next one, and obviously the upcoming reactions, my guy. Thank you so much for coming. You won't forget it because it's a 20-minute animated short. It's one of the best, if not the best, histories and lore. Okay, so if you can kind of like pinpoint which one is it, then we can skip it. So, and if I'm able to remember it, or if you guys remember when we're doing the history and lore stuff, the House of Dragon stuff, I can circle back, maybe, if you guys think it's worth watching regardless. Never enough of Olenna, absolutely. Olenna is literally your favorite character. I absolutely can't see it. She's fantastic. Charisma, wits, great performance, great dialogue. She helped kill Joffrey. I mean, what else do we want from her? Ventress, trust me, it's possible to forget. Embarrassingly easy, I'm afraid. Something tells me that Archangel forgot. You think it's the last one? There might be two. The last one of this history and lore video. Okay, yeah, that's what we should do, Ventress, when it appears. You guys can be like, oh, it's this one. Thank you, Heather. I really appreciate it. They could not have cast a better Lady Olenna. Diana Rigg is masterclass. She's fantastic. I don't know if I've seen her in anything else, the actress, but she's brilliant. You're meh. I don't think you'll grow on me. I think you might eventually go to the fuck you all tier, actually. But right now you're meh. You're not. Cersei put you in the position that she put you, and you apparently seem to be doing what you think is right and righteous, even though what you're doing is kind of like, I don't agree with it at all. You are meh. I don't remember what your name is. I don't even know if you have a name. The actor is good, I'll say that. I like the actor. His portrayal of the character is very good. I feel like we all know a person a little bit like this character. His portrayal is very realistic. He's doing a fantastic job. But the character in itself, I'm not a fan of, just because of what he represents mainly, and that whole storyline. The actor is good though, I will say that. The scene between him specifically and Miss Olenna, since we're talking about Miss Olenna, when they were having that back and forth, where Olenna tells him how much money he needs, he tells her you live like in a reality where you can pay your way out of everything and that type of stuff, or you think everybody has ulterior motives. And that ending line he threw at her was pretty cold, when he didn't even finish his sentence and he just walked away. When it was like the few versus the many or something like, I don't quite remember what the line was, but that scene, I remember I was like, this actor is acting the hell out of this role right now. To make up for the 20 minutes, we could watch another lore by Old Swift, X, or somebody else. We could, although we'll see. We could also capitalize and not make this a 10-hour stream. if we can end it earlier. She's amazing in Last Night in Soho. I have not seen that. She was a blonde girl in one of the James Bond movies. What a role! She was the blonde girl? Not the blonde girl. You meant Bond girl. You know what? Now that makes more sense. Ottawa James. That now... yes, okay. For a second I was like, the blonde girl? She mustn't have been too important of a character. So she was a Bond girl. Damn. Must have been fine. He's a top tier simmer, yes. Yeah, Heather, we can just do that. If you guys see it coming, you just let me know. Is that Mans? Yeah, that's Mans. He goes to heaven as well. You go to heaven, my friend. Mans, he was... I expected something more maybe out of Mans. I don't know what I was expecting out of him. Still a cool character though. And his death scene was pretty good as well. At that time I was like, accept Stannis' offer, but now at this point I'm like, yeah, you did the right thing, cause fuck Stannis. He was also a good character and a good actor. She looked like the actress that played Marjorie, damn. And she was in the Avengers, the old one. Did you guys see the same actress saying she was traumatized filming Game of Thrones? Why? Why was she traumatized? About that scene in specifically? I said, that scene, for anybody who was actually doing it there, for the body double then, not Lena Headey, but everybody else, it must have been a pretty, like, bizarre thing to have to shoot and be a part of. Because literally it felt like almost lynching somebody, right? Because you need to understand, these are like actual things that were going on at some point, and it's like you're embodying it, you're living it. Acting can, depending on the role, can be so, I bet it's so taxing in a lot of ways, mentally, psychologically, for the people involved in it, because you actually have to inhabit these scenes and these existences and be a part of that and be and either play a bad quote unquote role or a good one. I can see why it could be traumatizing. Older photos of Diana Rigg compared to Natalie Dormer are insane. They look so similar. Very interesting. Is that why with the cast here? Did they look at those photos? Why? Stop what, Heather? What happened? Spoilers? Oh no. If anything, I don't know if I read it or not. I haven't clicked it. Nothing has clicked in my head regarding spoilers or anything, so we're good. Okay. The mountain can be in the chamber himself. Yeah, I'm not really excited to have the Mountain moving around, being like the big bad guy, just hunting people. It's just like a big brute or something. It's just that's not what I'm looking for in a Game of Thrones episode. I see what you guys are saying. So I was totally confused on where the spoilers could be. Okay. It's cool. I still don't know what could happen to her. It was the production that was harming her. Like work conditions were bad. I've heard like there some instances, at least I've heard, I don't know, I don't know if it's accurate or not, where it's been like some instances between Emilia Clarke and some of the people in the production and stuff. They had some arguments. King of the White Walkers. He's a great character because not only was his scenes, not only have his scenes been some of the most epic ones, I'm rooting for him now to go and kill everybody at Westeros. So he's a great character to me. And that scene in episode 8, was it 8 or was it 9? I think it was 8, right? Yeah, I think it was 8. Was fantastic. When he was raising all the dead people just in total silence. Chilling. Great scene. Yeah, Ventress, that's what I've heard. They had some arguments about the amount of nakedness. Oh yes, Ottawa James, I know about that. We've talked about that before. That's why I'm a huge Emilia Clarke fan. Even before I watched Game of Thrones. She just seems has such a cool, inspiring story. Almost had an aneurysm myself there. Then I'm just such a big fan. Apparently, when they shot nude scenes, people who weren't involved in those particular scenes would appear in the set. People that had no like business being in the set, like are we talking about actors or like production crew and stuff? Either way, I mean, I'm sure that happens so much, bro, in productions. The amount of stories that come out with this shit is just, there's just too many, and it's so unfortunate. And I know that apparently they've been having a concerted effort to have more women in production crews for shoots like this, so that the actresses can just feel more comfortable. Hello Nettles, hello. You're not late, we haven't even started the reaction part of the stream. We're doing the tier list and just chatting. I hope your Saturday has gone great. Always good to see you. I hope I'm not too late to hate on Cersei. I have already ranked Cersei, and she's in the great character tier list. You can't change it, Nettles. You can't change it. It's done. It's finished. But you can hate on her. I mean, it's a free space. It's a safe space. Go ahead. Yeah, two of them. Emilia Clarke. She had two of them. Yes. That's why. It's just imagine, like, and she's, if you see her, she's like the happiest person. Most of the writing room for House of Dragons is women. That's interesting. And it's not necessarily the writing room that is the issue. It's like, at least from what I've understood, it's just like the working environment feeling more, more comfortable. Remember to like the stream to fondle the algorithm, guys. Didn't you know, Archangel, about the aneurysms? It was a pretty big story. Like, as I said, I wasn't watching Game of Thrones, and when those stories were coming out, I was like, damn. We just passed the 4-hour mark. Going good. Only 6 more hours, guys, for a 10-hour stream. Did you see Emilia Clarke doing sex noises? What? What? Yeah, it's two aneurysms. I think it was, you guys were telling me when they happened. I think it was season 2, and then she had another one immediately, like next season. Like, it was like back to back. Horrible, man. Imagine having that happen to you, and then you're like so lucky to feel you're lucky to have survived it, and then have it just happen another second time. Man. I was waiting for this to start, and then I fell asleep. I'm in my 30s, but I don't know how to swim. I had my first swim lessons at the YMCA this morning. I guess I was tired. How did it go? Nels? We're here in Greece where I like it. We're like literally next, like not like half an hour away from the sea at all times. So like we are usually by a very young age trusted in the waters. But how was your first swimming lesson? What happened to Sunny? It was Sunny. If you spammed emotes, like a lot of them, that might have been why your message was deleted. Otherwise, you might have said something crazy, in which case, yeah, I don't know. Water always tires you out, absolutely. Especially if you're going hard. But you can also like sleep. I haven't actually slept while I was floating, but when you just chill and just lay back and you just let your body float there, great feeling. Ottawa James, some people just don't have, like, they don't go for swim, or like, it's not weird. I don't think it's weird at all. Unless you actually do it, you're not gonna learn. She said Jason Momoa is most virile when he's dancing. Oh, Emilia Clarke, and she was mocking Kit Harington's way to dance. You grew up on an island and near the beach but never learned. The first swim lesson was great, I didn't drown. What island, Nettles? What are we even talking about? We're just chatting. Why is Daenerys not on top, sir? No. She is. Listen. Sunny. She is. The chat just had a brilliant idea of since there are a lot of dead characters, we can have like a heaven for those that have passed who are going to heaven. And obviously hell for those that are going where they deserve. So that's why yeah. I just had to scroll down because I was looking at the pictures that I was gonna pick from. So it's heaven. I would never stop. Sunny, stop. That's so sad and it would be so long. I would never put Daenerys anywhere below the faith tier ever. You're from Haiti, Cornelius? That's dope. Just joined back. I do not feel disabled in water. I'm likely mermaid. That's okay. Could be. Oh my god. You never know. You grew up in Miami and didn't my youth on stage, dance, theater, music. Oh, you spent your youth on stage, dance, theater, and music. Talented, multi-talented. Is there a big Haitian diaspora in Miami, Nettles? He was almost disappointed in me. You do dance too. Look at you. Some talented motherfuckers in this chat. Top tier exercises: dancing, swimming, horse riding. Go for the trifecta. For real, Nettles? That's dope. That's dope. I hope everything goes great. And you're doing a British accent. You'd fit perfectly in Game of Thrones, right? You'd fit perfectly. There's a big Haitian diaspora in Canada. Okay. There's more Haitians in Miami than in Haiti. Yeah, I think I've heard that somewhere. About the Asian population in Miami. I don't know where though. You find yourself speaking in a British accent every time you watch Game of Thrones. I wish I could do a British accent. I wish. You grew up in Boston, large Asian community there too. I'm pretty sure like a lot of people like island folks, where they come from islands, they're like everywhere. Cause oftentimes I see it here in Greece as well, from people who are like from the islands of Greece. A lot of the time to go like study for more work opportunities, you know, because you know you're on an island. there's limited stuff on that island, so it's very often that they, you know, there's big diasporas all over the world. Yeah, break a leg, Nettles. Hope the play goes well, goes brilliant. What did you think of Dany this season, and what are your predictions for the next season, or what would you like to see? Man, what did I think of Dany this season? That's a good question. I mean, she made the right decision to stay at Meereen, but I do think that she has lost her, I don't want to say purpose, because who knows what her quote-unquote purpose is. That might have been her purpose, to liberate these people, you know, and that ambition that she has to go and claim the throne might not be ultimately what it should be, similar to Stannis, right? Me personally, I want you to just go to Westeros to just wreak havoc. That's just what I want to see selfishly, just because I hate everybody there at this point. And I'd love to see Dany just rule Westeros. I think she could really fix that damn place. Maybe I'm just optimistic, because maybe I am being optimistic, because if we kind of think about it, although she helped a lot of people in Meereen, her rule wasn't stable, right? It wasn't stable. It wasn't like she was able to make Meereen. She improved it, definitely, but there was so much unrest during her rule still. But me personally, I just want Dany to go to Westeros and go and try to claim that throne. That's what I want to see for Dany, preferably with Tyrion by her side. That would be the ultimate revenge for Tyrion on Cersei. He just marches to King's Landing with the dragon. that'd be fine as hell if that happened. But yeah, I think Dany, as always, made some right decisions in this season and some wrong decisions. But ultimately, I really like where her character is. I don't like the fact that she apparently got captured by the Dothraki again. It just brings me bad memories of Dany. Brings me back to a powerless Dany that I don't want to see again. Like, I'm glad that she had this arc where she reached the level that she had reached, and I don't want to do this full circle moment where she just goes back to, like, Lord knows what's gonna happen to her with the Dothraki if they capture her. But that, I don't have prediction per se, but I'd like to see Dany eventually go to Westeros at some point. Now you're in Texas and everyone is going crazy because of the eclipse. Have you heard CERN will be firing up the particle accelerator again during the eclipse? I haven't heard anything about that. Last time they did that, they created a mini black hole and we got 4 new Mandela effects. What? Do you guys, are Mandela effects like a real thing? Do you guys believe? Is the Mandela effect like a real thing? Did the Monopoly guy have a, what's that called? A unicycle? Whatever it's called. Having a British best friend and a British ex-husband for a while, I used to think in a British accent. It was so weird. I sometimes think in English, and that kind of like weirds me out. But yeah, once you're exposed to a certain, I guess, accent, I can see how that could happen. The news is telling us to stock up on food and toilet paper for the eclipse. Isn't that weird? It's just an eclipse. That is kind of weird. What is going on over there at Texas, Nettles? What is going on at Texas? We just went, Ottawa James, that's interesting. We just went to school normally whenever there was eclipse, and they just told us don't look at the sun. And obviously we had idiots who tried to look at the sun. Wait, I thought the Mandela effect was when you remembered facts slightly different from the way it happened. So the Mandela effect, the way I understand the Mandela effect, is everybody has a recollection about something that is generally like accepted, that this is how it is or how it was or how something looked, and then a bunch of people go back and then all realize, people that never talked to each other or knew each other, that what they had this notion of wasn't exactly how they remembered it, almost like it was changed. For example, I remember there was this thing about the Monopoly guy, and everybody's like, didn't the Monopoly guy have like a what is the thing called where it's like, it's not glasses but it's like in one eye, and everybody was like, yeah, he had that, the Monopoly guy in the Monopoly box, and like a bunch of people went back, yeah, that monocle, yes, the monocle. And everybody like went back and they were like, no, he never had a monocle. And everybody was convinced. They were like, no, but I have a Monopoly at my house and he had a monocle. And they went and like grabbed the box of the Monopoly and he didn't have a monocle. That's what I know of the Mandela effect to be like. But I don't, I'm just like, whenever I hear a lot of that stuff, I'm like, okay, cool. Not saying that it doesn't happen. I don't know, I could never know. So excited for you to watch season 6. Yeah, it's real for sure, the Mandela effect. Yeah. For stuff like that, I'm like, there's no way for us humans to know what really goes on. Let's be honest. We're so insignificant in the grand scheme of things. You was one of the idiots who looked anyway at the eclipse, Sunny? Nah, I was scared of that stuff, man. I was scared of anything happening to my eyes. Thankfully I have pretty good vision, and I was like, I don't want anything bad happening to my eyes. If you can think in a different language, that is a true definition of being bilingual. Yeah, Nels. Sometimes I'm like, I have thoughts in English instead of Greek. Like Sex in the City and Sex and the City. What is that? Is the actual thing Sex and the City? Because I definitely remember it being Sex in the City. Or was it the reverse? The last time we had the solar eclipse in my area, it was in 1993, and for the whole week before the eclipse, they taught us about astronomy and eclipses and orbits at school. That sounds like a cool thing. That's when a kid would be interested in learning about all that stuff, when they're about to prepare to like see an eclipse, because it makes it feel like something grand, you know? It's cool. The sun turns black. It's dope. And then one day of the solar eclipse, they gave us eclipse glasses and made us go out and look at it. We had eclipse glasses too at our school, Ottawa James. But it was like, we were like several hundreds of kids, and they had like, what, 10 glasses in the whole school? So it was like they had to pass those around. Just... Yeah, that's what I was trying to describe. The Mandela effect, Archangel, yeah. You guys freaking out about the Mandela effect in the chat. What are shrinky dinks, Archangel? Your ex was from Crete? Nettles, no way. Every time I say that to other Greeks, they make a face. Is it true that the Cretans are the worst Greeks? Crete, Nettles, is like the Texas of Greece. Make of that what you will. I don't know if I would say that they're the worst Greeks. No. They are like pretty gun fanatic in contrast to the rest of the country. They have some. They are pretty special. If they are like native Cretans and have grown in that culture, yeah. But I wouldn't say that they're worse. They're just like, they're maybe a bit tapped sometimes in the head. But I will tell you, people from Mani is a somewhat rural area of Greece. They have Cretans beat in like the negative stereotypes in Greece by a lot. We call them maniates. Not the Texas of Greece. Did you know that they actually wanted to become a separate country as well, Nettles? They wanted to separate from the rest of the country because they felt they were too good for the rest of the country and they wanted to become their own country. What are shrinky dinks? Yeah, I don't know what shrinky dinks are. Yeah, I got a pair of those flimsy little 3D glasses. Looking solar eclipses of yours. They're passing them out for free at the public library. Shrinky dink is what happens when you go swimming in the cold ocean. Sunny, don't make the people in my chat feel old. I don't know what shrinky dink is either, but don't do that. Quebec wanted to do that in Canada. Why is it in every country there's like this one part of the country that feels like they're just too good for the rest of the country, and they're like, nah, we want to be our own thing. Who are you? Oh, that's Baby Robin. You are. I guess you can grow on me. Whatever. I guess you can grow on me, Robin. I don't think you will, but I guess if you could. You've been feeding your dogs laughing at this conversation. Apparently it's sex and the city, but I thought it was always sex in the city. That's what I thought too, Sunny. Wow, I didn't know. But I never actually went to check what the title is, so that's just by hearsay. Nor have I watched Sex and the City or In the City. But Nettles, since you brought up your ex from Crete, from your experience, was he a little tapped in the head? Since you brought it up. You had a first-hand experience. I've never dated somebody from Crete, for example, so... Who should Dany marry when she gets to Westeros? And do you think she can have his kids? Or have kids? Huh, that's an interesting question. Who should Dany marry when she gets to Westeros? Nobody. There's nobody good enough right now Westeros for her. I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying really hard to find someone that's possibly could. If Tyrion is out of the question, then nobody there is worthy of Daenerys. And do I think she can have kids? So we have the evidence of season 2 where she gave birth and the child apparently was grotesque and like was dead before they even pulled it out. It had bat wings. But is the question here is it because of the ritual that the blood magic that she agreed upon, which sacrificed her child's life? Or is that something inherent in Dany that doesn't allow her to have kids? I never thought about that specifically. Normally I'd say, why wouldn't she be able to have kids? But now that you've raised this question, I'm like, They were pictures we could color and put in the oven and they would shrink and make sun catchers. Those are shrinky dinks, Heather. Imagine being robbing and being breastfed for so long. Yeah, you grew up with, I think there's actually like science, quote unquote, I don't know if it's actual science, but I've heard it's like genuinely wrong to do to your child. They literally had a referendum to separate from Canada twice. Last time it was like 49.5. So they were like this close to separating. That's crazy. And like I know there are instances where it's like there's actually like, for example, I think in Spain, right? It's like the people of Barcelona, they feel like, well, when Spain was created, they were a different like ethnic group of sorts, so that's why they want to separate. And those type of instances, I'm like, okay, I can see that. But then when it's like, for example, in Greece, it's like you're still Greek at the end of the day. Or in Canada, where most of the Canadians are actually like immigrants, or their fathers or forefathers were immigrants. Mama Cat, stop. We've already dealt with Pycelle. Dany don't need no man, she got dragons. Or she needs me. I mean, I'm available. The dragons are cool, but if she needs somebody next to her while she rules Westeros, I'll clean the stables. I'll feed the dragons. I'll do the dirty work, you know. You only ate Greek food for like 3 years? That's so funny. Greek guy asking the questions book readers have wanted answers for years. You mean if Dany can or can't have children? Mama Cat the bird lady. I don't need to know, man. I'm a mother of birds. Well, birds are like part dinosaurs, so. Have you read the books? If not, are you going to after the show? I'm thinking that I probably would want to be honest. People in the chat were talking about audiobooks at the start of the stream, and I'm like thinking I could also do that. Although I'm not the biggest fan of audiobooks because I like imagining how characters sound in my head, and sometimes when you're hearing a voice, so it kind of like ruins that a little bit. Jon, Sunny, is in heaven. Jon is in heaven. Jon is dead. He's gone, Sunny. I keep forgetting about the hair. Yeah, it's because I've scrolled down and it hides it. That's the thing. Myrcella, she goes in heaven too. Let me scroll up. She's in heaven too. She didn't do anything wrong and she just didn't deserve the fate that she had. At least it seemed like the time she spent over at Dorne was a good time, at least. She got to stay away from the wars and the horrible things at King's Landing for a couple of years at least. For a few years. Until she got killed. Horribly. They should have just let her be, bro. Fucking for stupid reasons. You've already seen the show, so you have the characters in your head, so you can do the audiobooks. You're not wrong, Nelus. You're not wrong at all. It's just that I'm hearing another person's voice in my ears. Where did I put Jaime Lannister? He's in the great character tier list. Hello Sultan, by the way, welcome to the stream. Hope your Saturday is going great. And Jaime's in the great character tier list because he's a great character. I love Jaime. Let me put him next to Cersei so that they're matching. What do you think of Myrcella accepting Jaime being her dad? It's just the Dornish culture rubbing off on her, right? Aren't the people at Dorne just very liberal with that type of stuff? Where it's like love is love, you can be with whoever you want to be with, and there's no judgment. I think that played a factor in how she accepted her father and mother's relationship, who are also her mother and uncle. It was a sweet moment. I mean, if you are Myrcella, if you are in their children's place, right? Because you need to understand, the children who are born of incest, they didn't ask to be born of incest. They just are. So it's like, it was a sweet moment. Sucks that at least it actually is bittersweet because it sucks that he lost her. But the moment that he could actually be like, you are my daughter, I'm your father, and they like, and she knew, and they were like, alright, it's settled. And then he lost her, but at least he got that moment with her, of her accepting him and telling him it's alright, I know. I felt it was a sweet moment. Right? I love that she gave him that. Exactly, Mama Cat. Yeah, Nelus. And Cersei replied with, everywhere in the world they hurt little girls. And she was right. Although Oberyn, if it was in his hands, nothing would have happened to Myrcella. But that bitch right here had to go and ruin everything. Jaime fucking Lannister. You're not late, Sultan. You're not late. We haven't even done the reaction part of the stream yet. You're still here, but your eyes hurt so much, so listening, I have a question about you and the dragons. Later will be fine. You're leaving me in suspense. Dornish culture is not ashamed of bastards. Yeah, they're not ashamed of bastards. If I remember correctly from the history and lore, video where we learned about Dorne. They're just in general very free in that aspect, in the sexual aspect. Jaime would have been a great father in another life. Yes, I agree, Nelson. 100%. Why is it okay for Targaryen to be incestuous but other people can't? I don't think the only reason why it was quote unquote okay for the Targaryens is because they made it okay. I don't think it was, right? So it's literally just if you have the power to allow it. They had the power, they had the dragons, so they were like, this is what it is. You either accept it or move on. Or die. Because they had dragons, exactly. Everything they said goes. They had the power. When are you gonna start season 6? Probably this upcoming week. I'll be doing the first episode. In the books, Jaime did not like Joffrey. We're in his head and he does not even care that he dies. Oh, we are in his head from his perspective. See, this sounds about right. This sounds about right. He's just like me, Jaime. The dragon riding blood would be diluted if they made it with regular people. Oh, Oberyn said that brothers and sisters were not okay in Dorne. Okay, never mind then. Did he say that because that's what it is, or did he say that to spite Cersei? Because I believe that happened during a little back and forth they were having. But if that's the case, then I take back what I said about Myrcella. Targaryens had a war and they became the exception of the incest rule, but it wasn't easy, yeah. But once you have dragons on your side, you can get away with shit. Arguably it's not okay for anyone, but enjoy the theory that their incest was tied to being dragon lords. It's about to feed the dragons. I have horses and I clean their poop. I try to figure out how to clean after a good meal. Or are they poop flying like pigeons? The dragons? You think they're like, I don't think so. I don't think so. That's actually a good question. How big are dragon shits and like how often do they shit? And do they do it like birds? That would be horrible to exist in a world with dragons if that's the case, because you could be covered in an instant with like dragon poop and it's over. Your whole day is ruined. You'd smell for like a whole week. The Boltons also have magic blood. No, they don't. Where? Magic where? Where is the magic? What did they do with their magic? What are you, a Bolton propagandist? Get out of here. The Boltons having magic? Get out of here. Can they ride dragons? No. Can they walk into a fire and not get burned? No. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Was it okay or was it not okay in Dorne? Oberyn did say to diss the Lannisters, but he sounded like he meant it. I remember, I think it was in a History and Lore Archangel where they were like, I think they were like, everything is permitted at Dorne. I could be wrong. Emilia Clarke said she imagines she would have a poop scooper to clean up their poop. Sweet, sweet Emilia Clarke. You would need a lot more than a poop scooper for dragon poop, especially when they get big. In my head, I want to be a Targaryen and ride a dragon, but the cost is incest. I don't know if I will be able to do it. It's not worth it, Nettles. It's not worth it. I'm a vet, it's basic biology. Yeah. Would they be like lizards? How do lizards poop? Marzo, I'm sure you know this. The Royal Scooper is an honorable title. I'd be the one that has this title, yes. If I were to marry Dany, I'd also have to do that, I guess. To be that evil, you need magic. I see what you're trying to do. I will never subscribe to the fact that the Boltons have magic in their blood. I'm not even sure if they have blood to begin with. Can you imagine how expensive it would be to feed a dragon today? Second mortgage. What do dragons eat? I mean, Drogon ate sheep, so you'd have to feed. Damn, you'd have to feed him a sheep per day. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Unless they eat humans, in which case you can also train him to eat humans, and you can like train him to do it sneaky, so that he doesn't get caught and you don't get caught, and who would know? Humans would just disappear, and hopefully you could get away with it. But I'm pretty motivated, so I think I would do the incest if in merit I would have such great power. Do you have siblings, Nettles? I feel like it's easier to say this if you don't have siblings. You take the dragon and suffer the cost. You guys are determined to ride dragons. Dragon poop is probably a great fertilizer, you're right. Oh, you guys are going straight to the FU tier. Okay, you, although you're fine. And yeah, right next to your mother, let's put them correctly. Yeah, I don't like any of you. I could also, I'm tempted to put them even lower in the Bolton family torture chamber, but I guess they have some reasoning to their hatred, but still. What do dragons say anyway? Whatever they want. Yeah, you're not gonna stop them. There are, River Mistface says, several book theories surrounding the Boltons. They use magic of different sorts. Just because they use magic, does that mean that their bloodline has magic or something of that sort? What type of magic? I just want to ride a dragon while the How to Train Your Dragon song plays in the background. Ooh, if I could get a toothless. Now, yeah, I'd ride a toothless. If you were Tommen, how would you get Marjorie and Loras out of jail without violence? Oh, violence! I don't give a shit. I just get rid of I'd get rid of the cult inside King's Landing and get them out. They're not here to debate me. I'm not gonna debate them. I'd be Joffrey in that situation, I don't care. Because, like, there's no way you can get them out without violence. Unless you rig the trial, I guess. If you, like, rig the trial that they're about to have. That's one way. But you still have to go through the trial. But I'd always choose violence in this situation. You have 2 brothers and 1 sister. But I imagine if I was Targaryen, I would have a different set of siblings. I couldn't fuck the siblings I have now. So you're taking the easy way out of this question. No, you need to imagine the actual family you got. And then you'll be like, no way, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'd get a direwolf instead, same. Bolter magic is a wild stab in the dark. I bet it's blood magic. I said without violence, use your brain, a little finger. Oh god. How would I take them out? I mean, just as Cersei gave that cult the authority, right? I mean, she gave them also weapons to make their army, their little group. He can just remove that authority as well, can't he? Isn't he the king? Doesn't that also fall under the parameters of I can do whatever the fuck I want, and I'm stripping you of your authority? But do they already have the common people by their side by this point? And would they even allow that to happen? Probably not, right? Genuinely, one of the Bolton theories is similar, related to skin changing or warging, like what Bran does on the show. Huh. Okay. I had no idea. I don't want to think that they are some type of special family because they're all horrible. So you're meh. You're also meh. I like you. You could grow on me. And you are also meh. And we're done. They leave the most uninteresting characters for the end of this. But this looks pretty alright. Do you guys agree? Wait! No, he's alive. He's alive. Alright, no, I'm good. Do you guys agree with the tier list? Do you have any major complaints? As you guys are seeing it now, can you see all of them? I feel like incest is now being normalized. There are so many incest core. I had to marry guys from other states because I have so many relatives nearby. I had to be sure I was safe. Really? So that many? Oh my god, that's crazy. Apparently the Boltons have violated the Starks a few times throughout the histories. Not surprising. Not surprising at all. I have a brother and genuinely my brain just will not create incestuous scenarios, just blocks it out. Yeah. It's not gonna happen, like, if you're like not, if your brain is not wired that way, it's just not happening. Sultan for real? Ramsay has a skin suit like Buffalo Bob in Silence of the Lambs. He just calls himself Skin Changer and nobody's about to argue. Your interpretation is that Ramsay is the dark version of Jon. I like this. I like this. They are the other side of the coin, the Boltons. I like this. I like this. I like this. It's not bad, because I've thought of it kind of like in a similar way too. Because this is the dark timeline of Winterfell. This is the dark timeline of the north end of Winterfell right now. You thought Theon was the dark timeline? No. Not even close. Theon was here. Lantian Legacy. Welcome, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Theon is here. Here's Theon. This is Theon. Yara is not in this. That's true. I hadn't thought of that. Have we seen her this season though? Because it's of the characters we saw this season. Have we seen Yara this season? Specifically season 5? I feel like outside of Theon we haven't seen any of the Greyjoys. Put Jaime on top Greek guy? No. No. The top tier is reserved for 4 characters. Tyrion, Dany, Arya, Jon Snow. And now that Jon Snow is gone, he's gone to heaven. And now it's gonna be 3 characters. Nobody has earned the favorite tier out of the rest. Bran had for a minute, then dropped, and now this season he has disappeared because he was going to school and being a responsible child. Imagine a battle between those 2 bastards. Oh, Jon Snow would win. Jon Snow would mess the fuck out of Ramsay. I don't care. In your culture, it's okay to marry cousins? Where are you from, Sultan? One complaint, Ed. I can't. Nah, I'm sticking by it. It's just the rule, guys. If I can't remember what your name is, you've just not clicked in my brain enough, is the thing. He might grow on me, so I could put him here, but I couldn't remember his name until chat. I saw like 5 Eds in chat. Yeah, definitely, you guys, I want you guys to give your opinions on this stuff. That's why I'm asking you. Your new husband has how many first cousins? And most of them 52, and most of them live in Ireland. I'm not surprised he was like, oh, American girl. 52 first cousins. And that's first cousins. How many, so like how many siblings did his parents have? That's craziness. Oh, you're from Saudi Arabia, Sultan? Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, it is what it is. Difference in cultures is difference in cultures. You have 42 first cousins on your dad's side, plus they have kids, etc., etc. Man. For your benefit, Greek guy, keep an eye out for Yara Greyjoy from behind. You're telling me she has a nice ass, Archangel? She got cakes. Jon Snow is a little dumb. Ramsay is high IQ. He's better in everything except sword fighting. I mean, Ramsay did just let his future wife escape along with his loyal servant. Your dad was one of 11. Your mom's dad was one of 13. Damn. His dad was the youngest of 12. His mom the eldest of 7. Craziness, guys. That's too. People are having too many kids. People are having too many kids. That's why we have supply shortage. That's why people are starving. Too many kids. You have 11 siblings. Too many kids. Too many kids. Too many kids. Get this Bolton lover out of the chat. Jon Snow is not a good fighter in the book. He's definitely a damn good fighter in the show, so... Okay, guys, I think that this is a good point in the stream where I can take a quick break, and then when I come back, we can jump into the reaction portion of the stream. Does anybody have a counter? How long have we been going in the stream? Have we reached 5 hours? Are we 6 hours? How long have we... We've started at... So it's 10, 11, 12... We're at 6 hours, right? Or 7 hours. 5 hours? Where did I get 6 and 7 from? Okay. So we're only halfway through the 10th hour stream. So you guys as well take a little break, maybe get up and stretch if you're watching this anywhere sitting down, grab some water, something to eat, and I'll be right back. Oh, hello guys. We're back. Hope you got up, stretched a little bit, drank some water, went to the toilet. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Okay, guys. If you guys are ready, we can jump into the history and lore. Let me just pull up you guys on the phone so that I can have the chat with me, so that I can have this play in full screen, because I am using only one monitor. And okay. Let's start this, guys. Let's go. We're ahead of schedule, so we're cool on time. So yeah. I have you guys on here so that I won't be missing your comments. And let's begin. Oh, that's different.
Most cities are built on stone.
They had a little like
Bravos
intro.
was built on ships, or more specifically, their cargo. Slaves who rose up against their Valyrian captors and seized the helms of the convoy. Of all crimes, Valyria punished rebellion most severely. The slaves faced not execution, but the Valyrian mines or labor camps in the most remote and savage colonies if recaptured. And few corners of the world can long remain hidden from Dragonback. However, our histories claim that a group of slave women prophesied the slaves would find shelter in a distant lagoon behind a wall of pine-clad hills and sea stones, where the frequent fogs would help hide the refugees from the eyes of dragon riders passing overhead.
Dragon Riders is a crazy
because they had risked their lives in
proposition.
the name of freedom,
Like
the
Dragon
mothers and
Patrol.
fathers of the new city vowed that no man, woman, or child in Bravos should ever be a slave. This is the first law of Bravos, engraved in stone on the arch that spans the long canal. For over 100 years, Bravos hid itself from the eyes of the world, who called it the Secret City. Using a dye derived from a local snail, our captains stained their sails purple to hide their stolen Valyrian ships. Our merchants carried false charts and lied when questioned about their home port. Eventually, one Sea Lord, our elected ruler, decided enough time had passed and initiated the unmasking of Bravos to the world and to Valyria. Of course, it helped that the Iron Bank made handsome restitution to the Dragon Lords for the stolen ships, whilst of course refusing to pay for the value of the slaves themselves. The anniversary of the unmasking is celebrated every year in
Interesting,
Bravos
very
with
interesting.
10 days of feasting and masked revelry, a festival like none other in the known world, culminating at midnight on the 10th day, when the Titan roars and tens of thousands of celebrants remove their masks as one. Freed of the constraints of secrecy,
Because of the unmasking.
Bravos quickly grew into the wealthiest and most powerful of the free cities, and, one could argue, the most beautiful.
That makes sense. Probably they didn't have to pay any taxes. They didn't have to do any of that. They just got to collect all the wealth.
To the imposing Palace of Justice and the aqueduct we call the Sweetwater River that bears fresh water from the mainland, Bravos is without rival in either engineering or elegance. The temples of Braavos are also famed throughout the world and wondrous to behold. Descended from 100 different peoples, the Braavosi honor 100 different gods. The Temple of the Moon Singers is the foremost of these, being the faith of the slave women whose prophecies led our ancestors here. The Lord of Light has a great temple as well, for his worshippers have grown ever more numerous in the past.
The Lord of Light?
Years.
Fuck.
Yet less numerous, and even some forgotten faiths still have temples deep in the heart of the city, on the Isle of the Gods. But the beauty of Braavos is not only in her buildings. Braavosi swordsmanship is renowned throughout the world. Our Bravos eschew the armor and long swords of the Westerosi knights, preferring speed, agility, and slender blades. The greatest Bravos call themselves water dancers, after the custom
This is
of
definitely
jumping
Syria
upon
for
the
real.
moon pool near the Sea Lord's palace. By tradition, the greatest of all the Bravos is the First Sword, who commands the personal guard of the Sea Lord and protects his person at all public events. Once chosen, Sea Lords serve for life. Inevitably, there are always those who wish to cut that life short to effect some change in policy. Though not even the First Swords are the true guardians of Braavos. That honor goes to the Titan, who protects the entrance to the harbor. With his proud head and fiery eyes looming close to 400 feet above the sea, the Titan is a fortress of a kind never seen before or since. His eyes are huge beacon fires, lighting the way for returning ships into the lagoon. Within his bronze body are halls and chambers, murder holes and arrow slits.
Ooh.
Enemy ships can be steered onto the rocks by the
That's
watchmen
so
inside the Titan,
dope.
and stones and pots of burning pitch can be dropped onto the decks of any that attempt to pass.
I didn't even think of
Titan's
that
legs.
use of that
This has
statue.
seldom been necessary, however. Not since the Century of Blood has any enemy been so rash as to attempt to provoke the Titan's wrath. Should an enemy break through into the lagoon, however, he would face the walls of Braavos, again not of stone like other cities, but of ships. The arsenal of Braavos can build one of our famous purple-hulled war galleys in a single day. All the vessels are constructed following the same design, so that all the many parts can be prepared in advance, and skilled shipbuilders work upon different sections of the vessel simultaneously to hasten the labor. To organize such a feat of engineering is unprecedented. One need only look at the raucous, confused construction in the shipyards around the world to see the truth of this. Let us imagine that even the arsenal, great as it is, failed us. An enemy who could defeat both the Titan and our fleet would be strong indeed. But Braavos does not depend only on statues and ships. We also have iron and gold.
And I guess what he means by that last tidbit is, if everything else fails, we have powerful allies. If everything else fails, there are people who we could either pay, bribe to come fight for us, or people that owe us now. I guess that's what he meant by that last sentence. Oh my god, Mama Cat, so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that about your cousin. That's horrible. That's horrible. My condolences. Oh, you've never seen this history and lore, Nettlus? Yeah, Nettlus, yeah, I can. Yeah. Arya is definitely. And she's in one of those temples that he was talking about, right? One of those temples, I guess, they're less recognized ones, which is where she's learning right now, I suppose. It's interesting that Braavos trains both Arya's swordmaster and the Faceless Man. Yeah. As she said, there are 100 different people. That reminds me of the woman being punched randomly in the subway in New York. The incident. I think I saw the video that you're talking about, Nels. I also saw a video where it was in Spain, I think, and there was some dude walking around just slapping women in the face at the metro or something. What the fuck's going on with people? Arya's story is the most interesting to me. Yeah, super interesting. Out of the storylines that we have right now, definitely. Definitely, and it's not particularly close. It's not particularly close. Let's see. There's more Braavos lore here. The Faceless Men. These I really need to find out what's going on here.
Who are the Faceless Men? It depends on who is asking. To a penitent, they may be relief. To a victim, they may be vengeance.
Yes, that's what I thought their job was.
They may be an incredible expense. And to the Iron Bank, they may be just another asset. Nobody but the Faceless Men know their origin, though the Order is rumored to predate the founding of Braavos. We know only that they reside in, or are somehow aligned with, the House of Black and White, that odd and lonely building where few who enter ever leave.
Oh, it was the House of Black and White. I remember I said
not
that's what it
house,
was, but
the
just
world
because of the
dead,
door.
From whence the Faceless Men rise when summoned. We can dismiss such foolishness as we do the fishwives who spread it. The House of Black and White is merely a temple, consecrated to the many-faced god, and filled with statuary of his many faces. The old gods of Westeros, the Lord of Light, the Black Goat, the Lion of Night, the Weeping Lady, the Stranger. Perhaps now you understand what is worshipped here, and along with them, other gods who none alive now recognize, brought here long ago by sailors who never came again.
Oh, that's interesting.
Other religions, the servants here preach no sermons and perform no ceremonies. As far as one can see, silence and solitude form the whole of their worship, as well as collecting the occasional devotee. If one wants to engage a faceless man, one visits the House of Black and White and pays the price. As for what that may be, those who have paid it rarely speak of it. For make no mistake, from the moment the faceless men accept your offer, the man you named is dead, though he doesn't know it. Perhaps not that day, perhaps not that year, but soon, and inevitably. Many would say you are as much his murderer as if you'd swung the axe yourself. Just as many would say, that's the point.
Short and sweet. So if I understood it correctly, like the House of the Many-Faced God, right? Which is, as he said, like where a lot of the gods that are no longer worshipped en masse, right? So like for example the seven, who are like recognized as like a legit religion, were brought here in this temple. Did I understand that correctly? And that's why it's the many-faced god, because there are so many different gods that were worshipped or are being worshipped, or they're not even really being worshipped, as he said. It's not like they have rituals per se. Syrio Forel used to be a Sea Lord of Braavos, but what's weird is that they're supposed to serve for life, kind of like the Night's Watch. So he apparently somehow didn't have to serve for life. So basically, Arya has been trained to fight by Braavos in season 1. Yeah, I mean we've been known that Syrio Forel was the truth. What was Syria doing in King's Landing? Yeah. So I'm guessing there's some more lore to Syria. Better question I have is, why was Jaqen H'ghar in King's Landing? Was he in King's Landing? I don't think he was in King's Landing. She met him. He was captured, wasn't he? Oh, he was captured at King's Landing, though. You're probably right. He was captured at King's Landing. Yes, and that's when Arya saw him, when they were traveling. Syria was first sword to a Sea Lord, and maybe Syria did serve for life. His Sea Lords. So you mean they died, and then he was free of his vows to serve because he had no longer anybody to serve? Okay. Archangel, I kind of figured that it was more like a title that wasn't necessarily just one. You are F first sword of Bravos. Could be wrong though. Why was Jaqen in King's Landing? Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe somebody had ordered or like had said a name to him that he needed to go and kill at King's Landing. Wait, could it be possible? No, but no. I was about to say, could it be possible that he was the one that killed Robert, but they said he was killed by a boar while hunting, so, and they actually caught the boar as well. Yeah, Nettles. Yeah, I remembered. Yeah. You think Baelish hired him to kill Ned if Ned went to the Night's Watch? That's your theory. That's how he knew who Arya was and her name. Very, very interesting. There are so many videos and discussions on that, on why Jaqen was at King's Landing, who he was there to kill, basically. Yeah, I know that Cersei killed Robert, Nettles. I know that the plan was to get him drunk so that he could get killed. I know. I'm just throwing out another idea, possibly. First sword is like Kingsguard. That's what I thought. Ottawa James. Yeah, Nettles, yeah, I know. Cersei hate train. That is very interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Why was Jaqen there? I hadn't even crossed my mind to ask that question even. Very interesting. Let's hear about Volantis now. Volantis is where oh god, I'm forgetting names. Talisa was from. She was from Volantis. And I remember when I first said Volantis, I felt it sounded so much like Atlantis. And I thought, oh, that sounds cool. The oldest of the free cities, it says.
Valyria was young, and as the young do, it sought to spread its seed.
Its first daughter was Volantis, an outpost on the mighty Rhoyne River at the frontier of the
Oh, so that's its first colony,
There,
basically.
The Dragon Lords raised the famous Black Walls, seamless fused dragonstone 200 feet tall, and so thick that 6 4-horse chariots can race along the battlements side by side, as they do each year to celebrate the founding of the city.
Damn.
To this day, only those who can trace their ancestry back to Old Valyria are allowed to dwell within the Black Walls. None are even permitted to set foot inside without an express invitation of a scion of the old blood, meaning, of course, the ancient and noble blood of foot soldiers. For the city's first 100 years, its only inhabitants wear its garrison. But where soldiers go, vice follows. Taverns and brothels began to sprout up outside the Black Walls, and merchant ships began to call as well, bearing the favored trade of the summer sea, slaves. The East Bank filled with homes, shops, and society, and so the taverns and brothels moved to the West Bank, where foreigners, sellswords, and pirates erected their own shadow city of fornication, drunkenness, and murder. In time, the West Bank became such a cesspit of crime and depravity that the Volantines had no choice but to send their slave soldiers across the Rhoyne to restore order and some semblance of decency. Like all such missions, they succeeded, they left, then they failed. When the Volantines grew weary of shipping their soldiers across the Rhoyne every year, they built the famous Long Bridge of Volantis, strong enough to support the weight of 1,000 elephants and many more soldiers. The Long Bridge of Volantis stands today as the longest bridge in all the known world.
Damn.
The Volantine rulers intended the bridge to spread the civilization of the East Bank to the west. Instead, the depravity of the West Bank spread east. Shops, temples, taverns, inns, and brothels line the bridge, most 3 or 4 stories tall, with each floor overhanging the one beneath it.
Wow.
You can buy anything on the Long Bridge, or steal it if one's hands are quick enough.
The Long Bridge sounds quite interesting.
Though at least half the decor can
Was
be
that James'
a greater
hand?
crime than displeasing a master. For in Volantis there are 5 slaves for every free man, a proportion matched only by the cities of Slavers Bay. The Volantine masters mark their property with facial tattoos, permanent and scarring, which denote the vocation of the slave. Slave soldiers wear green tiger stripes upon their faces. Slave whores are marked by tears beneath one eye. The slaves that collect the dung of horses and elephants are marked with flies. The drivers of the hathays, the carts pulled by the small elephants of lanterns, are marked with wheels, and so on. A master may give his slave freedom, but no man can give a new face. Is it any wonder, then, that the slaves and freed men have turned in such great numbers to the priests who preach of a cleansing fire? The Temple of the Lord of Light in Volantis is said to be the greatest in all the world.
Makes
Larger
perfect
even
sense
than
why
the
that
great
would be the
Sept of
place.
Baelor. All who serve within this mighty temple are slaves, bought as children and trained to become priests, temple prostitutes, or warriors. And one could argue its adherents outside the temple are slaves as well, in mind if not in body. Magic frees nobody except its practitioner to do what he will with those who can't, just as the Black Walls free the old blood to see what they will. Without those, they don't. But one must wonder how much longer such freedoms will endure, when across Essos, one hears the sound of chains breaking, of slaves rising, of dragons roaring. Volantis may call itself the first daughter of Valyria, but it is not the last.
Okay, Volantis sounds crazy. Why haven't we not been to Volantis at any point yet in this show? It sounds like we can do a whole season of Volantis, because that city, that sounds kind of fun, but at the same time like insanity. That bridge must be its biggest tourist attraction, though. I will say that. Damn. Talisa and Shay were both from Volantis? I was thinking while I was watching this. I mean, like, is safe from here? Tyrion and Varys were in Volantis this season. You are so right, Nettles. You are so right. That's right, they were in Volantis. For a very brief amount of time, though. We really didn't get to really see much of Volantis. They were just inside a bar and they were drinking a little bit. I don't think we ever found out where Sago's from. How did the faceless man sneak in somewhere? If there was only way they could disguise themselves. Cersei identifies his accent as Lorathi during the Battle of the Blackwater. She has been in the Seven Kingdoms for half your life. Volantis sounds like a tinderbox. How can you worship fire and burn people? Basically, right, you're killing them with their god. Or the god you worship, at least. Yeah, River Mist Fae. That's true. I had forgotten about that. I hate how they tattoo of the face on the slaves. It's like, just like you said, it's like even if you're free, it's like you're really like stigmatized to everybody as well. Guess Lorath is in Essos. Yeah, they're from the same neighborhoods, kind of. But man, Volantis sounds super interesting. Like, I wish we got some more of Volantis. Maybe in the future seasons, who knows? Who knows? But they were really the first colony, honestly, like, of the Valyrians. The fighting pits of Meereen. Okay, let's see what Dario has to say about this.
People love blood when it's not their own. But tavern brawls are boring, and wars never have good seating. Thus, the famed fighting pits of Meereen opened shortly after the city's own founding. And I heard that originally the combats were a blood sacrifice to the gods of Geese, the empire that founded Meereen. Some still believe they are, but the Giscari Empire died a long time ago and their gods went with them. Yet the pits remained open, filling the city's purse with gold from the ends of the earth.
This is their sports,
the fighting pits are a blood sacrifice after all. Only the gods changed. In the pits, slaves fought each other to the death for fame and glory. And gold for their masters. A lot of gold. Enough for the masters to invest in rigorous training. Slaves were taught to fight like Dothraki screamers, bearded priests of Norvos, iron-born reavers, Westerosi knights, Cohoric hunters, and Lysine pirates. Whatever would excite a crowd. After all, everyone wants to know who is the best. And, of course, who isn't. For the crowds don't come only to see men fight well. I've seen the masters release tigers, lions, and other exotic beasts into the arena to chase less costly slaves. Barely trained, if at all.
What were we talking about with bull running and stuff?
In one of the less prestigious pits. One boy was
except in this case,
one in blood,
the slaves are also innocent.
And then a bear was unleashed, and the crowd wagered on which boy the bear would eat first. I never heard who won. Then again, it was obvious. The masters. Did such stories worry me? Of course not. I could fight, and for a good fighter, life was luxurious. Thousands of people chanted his name when he stepped into the pits. He would eat the choicest meats, drink the finest wines, and sleep on exotic furs.
often not alone. Women would fling themselves at him or sneak into his chambers to wait for him after a fight. Foreign princesses, priestesses, and even the wives and wayward daughters of masters. He never had to fear punishment, for a great fighter could be worth 300,000 honors. Another wife was always cheaper. And when this renowned fighter finally fell, for all fighters will in time, his name would be inscribed into the gates of fate among the other valiant dead. I remember once trying to count the names, but the gates opened before I finished, and another fight began.
These are very good. All of these so far have been very, very good. But yeah, these are like... Ooh, the man-faced god. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. But this is basically what I said, like, that's their sports. This is what he describes, just with way higher stakes if you lose, right? Because they get the fame, if they're good, right? They get the fame, they get the women, they get the money. They get to live luxurious lives, I guess, even for slaves. I really like the detail with the names on the doors. It's like we'll give you your honor, but we're not gonna elevate it past the pitch. Your names will be remembered in here, because this is where your worth is, right? I like how that's how they added that there. Yeah, quite interesting. He had already told us parts of that in the show when he was talking to Dany. I remember. But yeah, I would definitely not want to be a warrior in those pits, I don't think. Has new Dario grown on you? I think somebody also asked me that earlier in the stream. I still like the first Dario better. Nels. I put Dario in the he could grow on me tier on the tier list. So he's currently still trying to grow on me, I guess. He hasn't yet. Maybe by this next season, now that he's with Jorah, going to find Dany and possibly save her from the Dothrakis, then he might grow on me even more. But I still felt like the first Dario had a little bit more charisma to him. The opposite of humanity is slavery, definitely. He can ruin me to sleep nightly. I like how you guys are having the debate of was getting Robert drunk in hopes that he would get impaled by whatever he was hunting a good enough strategy by Cersei. No, guys, Cersei doesn't really think these things all the way through. She just thinks of an idea and she hopes it works, and it either does or it doesn't for her. You hope Dany goes to Volantis in the books? Yeah, Volantis in general sounds very good. It's not the drunk part of the plan I find dicey, it's the boar, unless they knew where a big boar was. They probably knew where boars existed. Cersei probably knew where Robert was hunting, probably, and she knew that there are probably boars there. Yeah, or that. Ottawa James. That could also happen. Although you really need to be shit-faced for that to happen. Let's see what the man-faced god is about.
A young man walks beside a girl across a flowered field. Spring has come, and this girl is his life. He prays. A child climbs a tree to watch the sunset over the fields. Summer is ending, and the harvest is life for his village. He prays. A hunter tracks a boar through the woods. Winter is coming, and this boar is life for his family. He prays. But to whom do they pray?
To different
the world
gods.
has as many answers as there are men to answer. But walk far enough, climb high enough, hunt long enough, and a man shall find only one. One God, with many faces. In the faith of the Seven, he is the stranger who guides men from this life to the next. Few seek his favor, or at least, few realize that they do. In the north of Westeros, he is one of the nameless old gods, staring out from the weirwood trees and the snow. In the Iron Islands, he is the drowned god, calling men down to his watery hall. What is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger. In the Far East, he is the Lion of Night, who fathered the world's first emperor on the Maiden Maid of Light, and whose wrath nearly ended the world. In Volantis, he is the Lord of Light, whose followers feed men to the flames to beg his favor. In Lys, he is the Weeping Lady, who sheds her tears for the living, soon to die. In Qohor, he is the Black Goat, and he feeds on blood offerings every day. On holy days, he is offered condemned criminals, and in times of great crisis, he may even be offered the noblest children of the city to beg his protection. Does he accept their gift? Well, the city still stands. For the poor, he is the hooded wayfarer. For soldiers, he is Bacalon, the pale child. For sailors, he is the moon pale maiden and the Merling King. In the house of Black and White, however, he is all of them, and none of them. He is the many-faced god, and wherever a man turns, there he is. Men come from every corner of the world to know him, to beg his favor and seek his gift, for themselves, if their life has grown too hard, or for others who are making it so. It is all the same to the many-faced god. Vala Dohaeris, all men must serve him, beggars and kings. Vala Morghulis, all men must die, good and evil. Men worship as
Ooh,
they
that's so
but
cool.
at the end of every road stands
The
the
skull?
many-faced god.
Ooh, that's so cool. Whoever thought of this. Ooh, that was so cool. My god, that was so cool. Ooh, that was brilliant. Ooh, that was brilliant. Okay, so I have different interpretations of this. So, the many-faced god, to me, right now, could be just a representation of faith. Just faith. Which is why it includes everybody's faith, people's need to believe and to pray to a higher entity, and the temple of the many-faced god just encapsulates all of that, which is why it accepts all of that. Or the many-faced god is, like I've been saying, half joking a lot of the time, is really like the god of death, right? Which we have been calling Arya the goddess of death, because the people, whichever god they pray to, right? That's why it's all men must die, which kind of like hints maybe at the inevitability of death, which is why death is the one true god. And whoever goes to that temple, as we've seen, he's giving that potion, right? And they die, right? Unless they become one of the servants, I guess. So that could be the meaning of the many-faced god, which basically symbolizes death, and it's the god of death in a sense. I don't know, that was I loved the imagery they have they had at the end, where they all depicted a skull. I thought it was beautiful how they did that. Whoever came up with that idea. Why are we saying RIP to Amy Winehouse? RIP. I loved Amy Winehouse. Oh, because just being drunk enough can kill you by itself? Sorry to hear that, Nettles. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah. Cersei's plan is more like a plan to make things dangerous. Hope it turns out badly. She can always try again. If they instead handed the other day, she obviously can ensure an encounter with a boat. Boar, yeah. Possibly, yeah. She just hopes that one of these days Robert is gonna be too drunk and he's gonna get caught off guard. Yeah, she doesn't think things through at all. But what are you guys like views on the Many-Faced God? Unless it's a spoiler, do you guys think that it's the god of death in a sense? What do you think Cersei will do with the mountain? She'll just use him to kill all the people that were there watching her have that walk of shame, for starters. So she'll kill all of King's Landing, and then she'll probably kill the priest and the priestess, and she'll kill everybody basically. That's what I think she'll do with the mountain. She'll use him, definitely. She'll definitely use him, and not for good things. Not for good things. Definitely not. The river Rune. Okay.
Westeros has mighty rivers, but none of them compare to the Rhoyne. It is said
Rhoyne.
there is no stream or puddle in Western Essos but drains to Mother Rhoyne. No doubt an exaggeration. Until one sees the river, at its widest, a man in the center can't see ashore to either side. The greatest of Mother Rhoyne's children were the Rhoyner, a civilization as ancient and grand as old Geese. Fishers, traders, scholars, workers of wood, stone, and metal. The Rhoyner raised their elegant cities from the headwaters of the Rhoyne down to her mouth, each lovelier than the last. For many centuries, the Rhoyner lived in relative peace. When invaders swept down from the hills, the Rhoyner, women and men, would don silver-scaled armor, fish-head helms, tall spears, and turtle-shell shields. If the enemy did not laugh themselves away, it was said that Mother Rhoyne would whisper the enemy's secrets to her children, and the Rhoynish wizards could raise watery walls to drown their foes. Whatever magic the Rhoyner may have had, it wasn't enough. When Valyrian colonists first arrived, the Rhoyner embraced them, for all men were welcome to share the bounty of Mother Rhoyne. Perhaps a water people should have been more cautious of strangers who exalted fire and blood. Legend has it that one day the Valyrians netted and butchered one of the giant turtles the Rhoyner held
Not
sacred.
the turtle.
As a result, thousands were killed or enslaved, cities and towns were burned, drowned, and rebuilt. In these wars, the Valyrians emerged as victorious more often than not. The princes of the Rhoynish cities, fiercely proud of their independence, fought alone, whilst the Valyrian colonies aided one another. Eventually, the Rhoynish princes ceased their squabbling and united behind Prince Garin. who led the largest army Essos had ever seen against 100,000 Valyrian colonists, 100 war elephants, and 3 dragon lords. Thousands burned, but thousands more sheltered in the shallows of the river, whilst the Rhoynish wizards raised enormous water spouts against the foe's dragons. Rhoynish archers brought down 2 of the dragons, whilst the 3rd fled, wounded.
Okay, so you can kill dragons with arrows?
The Great. But Mother Valyria proved just as caring as Mother Rhoyne. When Garin the Great marched his army against Volantis, 300 Valyrian dragons descended from the sky. Tens of thousands burned.
300?
Into the river, but the fires burned so hot that the water boiled and turned to steam. Garin the Great was captured alive and made to watch as Valyrians butchered every last man. So many that their blood turned the great harbor of Volantis red as far as the eye could see.
My
Then
goodness.
they forced Garin to watch as they marched on his own city and enslaved all the women and children his army had left behind. The singers claim that Prince Garin called out Mother Rhoyne to curse the Valyrians, and she in turn flooded the city with foul waters and a damp fog that caused the skin of the Valyrians to harden and crack, and thus was born
Grayscale.
Fearing a similar fate, another Rhoynish ruler, Princess Nymeria, led her own people into every ship, skiff, and raft they had.
This is
And
where,
fed
okay, so
vessels.
Tyrion and Zora went
Eventually, after much hardship,
across the
they
Rhine.
landed in sun-swept and bone-dry Dorne. But we all know that tale. Now Valyria has followed the Rhoynar out of this world, and her daughters have grown into free cities, wealthy and powerful and proud. Still, Mother Rhoyne flows on, past ancient ruins and bustling harbors, sweeping all man's kingdoms to the sea.
Yeah. So I remember that Tyrion and Zora had gone through there on their way to Meereen, which is where they got attacked by the people with the grayscales. But damn, 300 dragons? I was like, at the beginning when they were talking about the war that they had, and they were like, oh, they're going up against 3 dragons. I was like, damn, because we saw what 3 dragons basically did at Westeros, and I'm like, wow, they were able to actually kill the dragons with arrows, but then it's like 300 of them. It's like, you can't do anything. What can you do? What can you do? It's just really showcased again how powerful of beings those dragons were. Just destroyed the entire civilization. Well, they didn't, but through the victory the Valyrians had, due to the dragons, right? Damn, there's such a good world. Such good world building. So good. So good. And I expect that in the books they touch on all these civilizations, and I guess even more. They expand even more and explain even more, I'm sure. You think the many-faced god is the god of death, Mama Cat? Definitely what? It's definitely one of my theories. The many-faced god is a smart religion, a religion of skeptics and atheists. Which is why I said, Nettles, it's kind of like how I feel. That's why it includes all faiths. Because like skeptics and atheists might still believe in a higher power, in a higher being, just not the one that is being promoted as the only one and the one that is being pushed as what everybody should believe a lot of the time. The only thing that is sure in this terrible life is death. That is true. The Faceless Men are kind of an assassin cult. Yeah, but it's more to that, isn't there? Like, they started off of, I believe, an idea about something. Either it be a philosophical way of thinking about life, kind of like a pushback from the other religious practices that probably didn't agree with. You know, it starts from something. The cult, that is, doesn't just happen. Roin is awesome. It's the backstory to the Dornish. Roin is the backstory to the Dornish in the terms that they descend from people from there. George R. Martin and his turtles. He loves turtles, apparently. That Nymeria mentioned is where... Yeah. That's who she named her direwolf after. This is the river where Talisa almost lost her brother by drowning before Slave revived him. Oh, she was saying... Yeah, right. She was telling Rob. Right. So true. I like how everything like comes together out of things that we've heard of the show, and like we learn the backstory. The Roinish survivors went to Dorne, so they are the descendants. Okay. Nice. Let's see about Grayscale. Let's see what they have to say about Grayscale.
Few afflictions are more feared than grayscale, and far past the point of reason. A legend calls it Prince Garin's curse, after an ancient eastern prince whom the Valyrians hung in a cage and forced to watch the immolation of his city and people. As his city burned under dragon flame, this prince called on his god for vengeance, and a thick fog of foul humors rose from the Roin to smother the Valyrians with grayscale. But if diseases could be called down by the vengeful, we'd have no health in the world. More likely the disease predates the Valyrians entirely, confined to some remote region of Essos, and only spread throughout the world once the Valyrians linked the continent with roads and dragons. The disease begins as a rash. The afflicted flesh stiffens, calcifies, and cracks, and assumes the disease's nominal hue. Victims are graciously spared pain, as the disease dulls sensation in the infected limbs. But the disease is insidious, and slowly it creeps over the skin and into the organs. Once the infection reaches the brain, feral madness replaces humanity, and the transformation to a stone man is complete. There is no consensus on treatment. Some maesters advocate mustard poultices, vinegar rinses, and scalding hot baths. Others claim only 3 cures: axe, sword, and cleaver. Hacking off afflicted parts does sometimes stop the spread of the disease, but not always. Many a man has sacrificed an arm or foot only to find the other going grey. Those who have been miraculously cured of grayscale are few, and usually were subjected to so many treatments that isolating the responsible cure is impossible. Besides, few maesters, priests, or healers have the courage for such experiments as would prove a cure. Grayscale is highly contagious, being known to spread from even the slightest contact with an infected person.
Probably the man that
Hence, the
Cersei
current
has at King's
occupation
Landing
of
has
Valyria
tried
by
this.
the stone men, exiled from their homelands at the first sign of the disease. What they do there, with their final months or even years, for grayscale is a slow killer. No one knows. No one wants to find out.
Okay. So what we already knew basically of the grayscale, although I didn't know that there were people that were cured. Although Stannis did say that he brought many maesters and from all over the world to try and help his daughter in that one scene. Zora needs to listen to this part to figure out how to cure his grayscale. As they said, they haven't been able to isolate what cures it. When they said though cutting off parts, I was thinking, what if Zora had cut off his hand when he saw the infection? Well, that's what I was thinking, Archangel. I was just about to say, like, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like leprosy. They literally were sent off, like we have here in Greece as well, stories where we have separate islands where they would send people who had leprosy and just isolate them and let them like suffer there, basically, just so that they wouldn't infect others. Jorah should have cut his hand off for sure. So you believe that was the best solution, Els? I mean, he would have cured it immediately. So you've started the cure, but he had no time because he got captured. Damn. Or syphilis, maybe. But leprosy is really spot on. Because there are stories exactly like that. Like, yeah. The Great Masters of Meereen. Oh, Missandei is narrating.
The Great Masters of Meereen. As if calling themselves such could make them so. Thousands of years ago, during the height of the Giscari Empire, Meereen was second only to Old Guise in wealth and glory. A paradise by the sea, if one didn't mind the constant clinking of chains and cracking whips. Slaves built Meereen, and on their backs the city rested like a litter. Then came the dragons of Valyria. The masters of Old Guise would not bow, so they burned. The Valyrians tore down their walls, burned their pyramids to ash, and sowed their fields with salt and skulls. An old slave woman once told me that the Valyrians intended to break the chains of the Giscari slaves, absorbing them into the Valyrian freehold where every man held a vote. But the great masters of Meereen received their new overlords in the great temple, plying them with gold, wine, and all the wealth that slavery had brought them. And the Valyrians instead took up the whip themselves.
It's horrible.
I do not believe it. As their empire expanded, the Valyrians needed more and more bodies to feed their mines and colonies, when no wage could ever tempt a free man. The Great Masters merely accommodated their new customers, staying rich as the Giscari Empire crumbled. After the doom fell on Valyria, the Great Masters worried for their fortunes. By this time, the Valyrians were their greatest providers and purchasers of slaves. Then the Dothraki horse lords swept out of the plains of Essos, and proved to be as fond of slaving as the dragon lords before them. The Great Masters grew richer still. For the first time in its history, the Great Masters alone ruled Meereen, and chaos ruled the rest of the world. The fighting pits swallowed men who in previous centuries would have filled the ranks of the Valyrian armies. Without these soldiers to maintain order, the wealthy had to buy their own, which the good masters of Astapor were more than willing to sell. If the buyer's nerves still needed calming, the wise masters of Yunkai could sell him further release. The great masters, the good masters, the wise masters. Yet none was so great, good, or wise that they recognized our queen for what she was. Her ancestors had destroyed them, then become them. Perhaps they assumed she would bend as easily. But our queen does not bend.
She doesn't. She breaks. Exactly. Missandei. Yeah. Just slavery. Just slavery 101. And yes, calling themselves the Great Masters is like, yeah. It's also interesting how they said that the reason they were losing people was because of the fighting pits. How many people were dying in them, so they didn't have enough people for their armies, which is crazy. Think the number of deaths that need to happen so that the whole army is weakened. You don't have enough bodies. Leprosy, spot on. Stop it. Did I say spot on? Probably both. Syphilis turns into like a mindless zombie with your parts rotting off you. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. I was thinking kind of like what they were saying about where they sent them. Oh god, Sir Alistair? Damn it. Let's see what the fucker has to say about the Lord Commander.
Each brother of the Night's Watch swears a sacred oath to protect the realms of men. That doesn't mean pissing about, waiting for the cold to finally put an end to you. It means bleeding. It means fighting. It means going beyond the wall and hunting down those who mean harm to the realm. So how do you get 1,000 rapists and thieves to fight together, to bleed together? That's the burden of the Lord Commander. He keeps the builders building, the rangers ranging, and the stewards stewarding, or else it all falls apart. Each Lord Commander is chosen from and by his fellow brothers, and he serves for life. A long time ago, you may have had men from Queensgate and Longbarrow and the other 16 castles of the Wall come to Castle Black for an election.
Today, that doesn't happen.
Lucky to scrape a few dozen from Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, or however many they can spare who cast votes in their stead. All the same, the brothers are allowed to name whomever they think worthy of the title. Then we vote until one man receives a majority, however long it takes. Some elections have lasted less than an hour. Some have lasted weeks. One even lasted 2 years.
What?
Maester Aemon has said there have been 997 Lord Commanders since the Night's Watch was founded. Back then we had true soldiers, men of honor and strength. Now look who mans the wall. Bastards, peasants who stole a sheep to bugger, and fat little nobles who weren't worthy of their Lord Father's land. But the Lord Commander must find a place for them all, and turn these walking piles of horse dung into soldiers of the Night's Watch. Though we haven't always been so lucky to have such men to lead us. We've had cowards and fools as well. Our tyrants and our madmen. Runsel Hightower tried to bequeath the watch to his bastard. Roderick Flint thought to make himself king beyond the wall. Tristan Mudd, Mad Mark Rankenfell, Robin Hill, each nearly destroyed us with their foolishness. 600 years ago, the commanders at Snowgate and the Nightfort even went to war against each other. The
humans, bro.
Lord Commander asked them politely
we can't work together for shit.
And incredibly
ever.
They did. Because they joined forces to murder him. The Stark and Winterfell had to intervene and take both their heads to save the Night's Watch. Now we've got more mouths than we can feed. A southern king in our castle, and cells full of wildlings, and no Lord Commander, since the last was betrayed by his own men. We need a new leader, a man respected enough to hold the Watch together in this dark hour. A leader strong enough to make sure that the Night's Watch survives the coming winter.
You are not
no
that
matter
leader.
the cost.
You are not that leader. Don't fool yourself. This is similar to Stannis. This is so similar to Stannis. That man, Sir Alistair, believes that he is some type of... He's the one to save the Night's Watch. He's what the Night's Watch needs. No. No. Jon Snow was what the Night Watch needed, not you. Fuck, bro. When Zora took Dany by the hand during the fighting pit melee, I almost fell out. He almost passed out himself, Barry. It seems like if the Night's Watch is so short of men that they would let them breed as many children as they could in order to raise them. Right? Ottawa James, it's so counterintuitive the way they ran the wall. The wall. They really should be thinking of, as we were saying earlier, like 12 cousins each. We just need to have as many children as possible. Right, Archangel? We don't want. It's him and Ollie. I don't want to hear a word from their mouths right now. Not now. Not at this moment. No. Or Stannis. Or Melisandre, to be honest. No. No. But it was interesting. It was very interesting to listen about the in-wall wars. Apparently, like, they're at the Night's Watch and they're fighting between each other. It's like you can't escape it everywhere you go. It's just, as I said, it's humans being humans. We can't escape the separatism and the fighting. It's crazy. And it's also interesting how we found out about the different commanders, and they had their share of crazies as well, as he put it. Because I hadn't really sat to think about that possibility, because it's just as possible as having a crazy person for a king, right? Even more, actually, because the people who are sent to the wall, a lot of time, they are in the bestest of people, in the bestest of states. Roose Bolton examines the history of Winterfell. Okay, let's see what he has to say. What do you mean it examines?
Brandon the Builder, founder of House Stark, raised Winterfell with giants over 8,000 years ago. Or so nursemaids tell all the children of the North. The children nod, wide-eyed, unaware of the lesson forced on them. That if even giants obeyed a Stark, so too should they. But like every other castle, Winterfell was built in pieces over thousands of years. The first men settled there because of the hot springs that bubbled through the ground. The water and the heat helped them survive the northern winters, and they built defenses to keep it for themselves. Nobody raised the castle all at once. Probably nobody meant to raise a castle at all. In those days, the Starks were not the greatest house in the north, and Winterfell was not the greatest castle. Barrowton was the oldest, dating to the first king, and the Starks fought the Barrow kings for 1,000 years. Greywater Watch was, like the Crannog men themselves, the strangest. Only marriage subdued its marsh kings. But the greatest rival to Winterfell was always the Dreadfort, and my ancestors, the Red Kings of House Bolton.
Of course.
If tales can be believed, we fought from the long night until the Andals came. Because of us, Winterfell raised its first walls. When we took and burnt the castle anyway, Winterfell built more keeps, more walls, more guard towers. They expanded the granaries and larders to survive our sieges. They tended the godswood to win favor with the old gods against us.
And Rob was trusting these people?
Grew, more farmers and villagers flocked every winter from across the north.
Why?
To huddle under its walls, raising the winter town. In the spring, these villagers would find themselves marching in the Stark armies to fight against us. The greatness of Winterfell is as much our doing as the Starks. But in the end, neither its stone walls nor its tall keeps and iron gates could save Winterfell. At its height, it could have lasted a year under heavy siege. But a handful of Ironborn seized it in the night, while its lord, the king in the north, was playing in the south. My dagger ended his reign, and now House Bolton holds the castle of our ancient enemies. The direwolf no longer flies from the battlements above me, nor guards the doors and cornices of Winterfell against me. Below me, miles of long-dead Starks fade into darkness and obscurity, until even their faces are lost. Some Northerners whisper that they wait for the day their house will rise again. They will wait forever.
Nah. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. But why would Rob trust them? If it's such a long history of them trying to fuck them, why would Rob trust the Boltons like that? Because it seemed like that he really trusted that man. He really trusted Roose. It was like his right hand man or whatever. During that war. Like out of the blue. So like what? At least Craster could have given his voice to the Night's Watch, right? But again, he was doing it so that he would be able to continue living where he was living. So, if he wasn't giving them to the Night's Watch, he would probably be dead. Right, Mama Cat? Like, why? And it's not like, okay, I'm gonna accept you, like, you're gonna fight with me on the battlefield. It's like he had him right next to him in every decision. Like when I first saw Roose Bolton, I was like, he must have had some type of, he must have been family or something to them, the way he was trusting him. Like, and they have that history. Dumb, so dumb, so dumb. I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, Barristan Selmy details how Robert's rebellion was a pivotal war for House Targaryen. Okay. They're jumping, like,
Barristan the Bold,
to so many different time periods.
I know what they say behind my back.
And topics.
Barristan the Old. And it's true. I am old, with hair as white as all the winters I've seen. The older a man grows, the less sleep he needs. These days, I barely sleep at all. When darkness falls over this strange city, I find myself visited by the faces of the kings I have served, the faces of those I swore to protect, the faces of those I failed. All I ever wanted was to live a life of honor, defending a king worthy of service. During the War of the Ninepenny Kings, I sought out Malus the Monstrous, last of the Blackfire pretenders who had started this whole war. Malus believed that his Targaryen blood gave him a claim to the Iron Throne. I made sure his blood claimed nothing more than the dirt around his corpse. To show his gratitude, the king elevated me to his king's guard. It was the proudest moment of my life. But that king died, and I wasn't with him. Not that I could have saved him if I had been, but still, I vowed to do better with his son, the young Prince Aerys. For 20 years, his reign was peaceful and prosperous. Aerys was well loved by his subjects and respected by his lords. But as years went on, Aerys' temper soured. He became obsessed with dragons and fire, and the swords of the King's Guard couldn't defend him from the enemies he saw lurking in every shadow. My king went mad. But there was hope. His son and heir. Prince Rhaegar was everything a kingdom could hope for in a ruler. He was strong but gentle, wise and cautious, and a good friend. No matter the wounds Aerys dug into the realm, we had faith that his son would sew it back together again when he ascended the throne. Then came Lord Went's tourney at Harrenhal, the largest ever in Westeros. I unhorsed every man against me until only Prince Rhaegar remained. We each set our feet in our saddles and lowered our lances and charged. And I fell. Muddy and bruised, I then watched Rhaegar present Lyanna Stark with the victor's crown of roses, though she was betrothed to Robert Baratheon. And Rhaegar himself was married to Elia Martell. We all know what happened after. If I'd been a bit quicker with my lance, if I'd chosen a faster horse, perhaps I could have spared the kingdom from the destruction that came after.
Stop it. Is that what you're thinking before you go to bed?
He came to King's Landing himself, demanding Rhaegar return his sister. Poor fool. If he'd only known the depth of Aerys' madness, he wouldn't have dared provoke him. Aerys ordered Brandon imprisoned, and I could do nothing but obey. When Brandon's father, Lord Rickard Stark, came to King's Landing to beg for his son, Aerys burned him alive, and I could do nothing but watch. I had sworn a vow to a mad king, and was honor-bound to obey him, even at the cost of my soul. Ravens soon arrived with dark news for the king. The veil was...
Is that Pycelle?
Demanding Lyanna Stark's return, Robert Baratheon was smashing any army that dared face him. Eddard Stark, Brandon's younger brother, was marching the whole of the north down the neck and had taken Catelyn Tully, Brandon's betrothed, for his own, thus winning the support of the Riverlands. The king sent ravens to Casterly Rock to beg his former hand, Tywin Lannister, for help. And no ravens returned. A plan was devised. Prince Rhaegar would personally lead the royal forces, now reinforced with 10,000 Dornishmen, north to face Robert. Of the King's Guard, Lewin Martell and I would ride with the prince. Before we left, the prince confided in me that when he returned from this battle, there would be a great many changes in court, despite my vows to the king.
Of course he didn't.
I was excited. On the march to face Robert's army, we were sure we'd win. We had superior numbers, and we had Prince Rhaegar. His presence lifted the spirits of our men, and he looked every inch the king he was destined to become. But at the Trident, the gods played a cruel joke. Robert proved the Baratheon words as his army smashed through our lines. Lewin Martell was killed. I fell in combat, badly wounded, and could do nothing but watch as Robert's warhammer ended Rhaegar's glorious reign before it began, and the kingdom that would never be washed away down the Trident with his life's blood.
Damn.
But Robert spared me, insisting his personal maester tend to my wounds, out of respect. But respect for what? A king's guard shouldn't survive one king, let alone two, and one who should have been. I swore an oath to House Targaryen, and I failed them. All that's left of their fire is a single ember halfway across the
So that's why he went to find her.
surrounded by darkness.
That's what he
If the
always
gods were
wanted.
Good, I would still be young in the fullness of strength, but whatever the cost, I will not let this ember go out. This time, I will not fail.
Very, 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 very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. His perspective. It really shows how, like, he was trapped. He just... What he wanted to do, something that he felt would bring him so much honor, to serve a king. But when that king turns out to be the Mad King, then you're trapped in this horrible predicament where you're kind of complacent to the horrible shit that he does. And at the same time, he was unable to protect, to live up to his role at the same time. And it's interesting, I liked how he mentioned specifically how he needed less and less sleep and how he wasn't sleeping. And then he also mentioned all of these memories that basically keeping him up at night. How he wasn't, if he was the one that knocked down Rhaegar when they were jostling, whatever it's called, jousting. I don't remember the exact how it's called. And obviously the battle when he was killed, when he was wounded and he couldn't do anything about it again, yet he was spared. Jousting, I think it was jousting. Yeah, basically telling us what's keeping him up at night. Right there. I'm back from being on stage. The audience was laughing a lot in my... That's great, Nettles. Fuck yeah. Barristan the Bold. He's still alive in the books because he's that good of a fighter. The showrunners killed Barristan because the actor read the books and kept asking questions about the show inconsistencies. Oh, wow. Did they really? Did they really do that? That's crazy. Oh, wow. They really killed him off because he was asking questions. This is literally what they were talking about in the show. He started asking questions, so they had to kill him. Yes, that is Pycelle. Right, Pycelle was the one who told the Mad King to open the gates to Tywin. Yes, Mama Cat. Yeah, this shows that he actually, that's what he wanted to do, like, even before he probably left Joffrey, even before they banished him. If he could have, he would have went way earlier, that's what I feel. If he was able to, he would have gone, he would have been Zora, basically. If he could have. If he was relieved from his duties. We wanted the Mad King to lose, but didn't want to lose him to lose to Tywin. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what happens. Similarly, how we saw the Boltons take advantage of a situation, Tywin took advantage of a situation during a war. Basically, what Baelish describes. Let's see what Elaria has to say.
Before the Seven Kingdoms, before the Iron Throne, there was Dorne. 12,000 years ago, the first men crossed the land bridge from Essos to here. Of course, they were men, so they soon broke it. Then, while their cousins to the north built kingdoms, the Dornish squabbled over land, water, and wives. For centuries. Until Nymeria. A warrior princess in Essos. She led a fleet of 10,000 ships across the narrow sea to Dorne. Almost all of the petty lords made it clear that she wasn't welcome. All but one, Mors of House Martell. He saw in her a strength to match any man, including his rivals. After she accepted his marriage offer, she set fire to her ships. For 50 leagues, the coast was bright as day, and in the burning light, Princess Nymeria named Mors Martell the Prince of Dorne, in the style of her people. Dorne would be her home, or her grave. For many years, Nymeria and Mors waged war against all rivals. The Jordanes, Blackmonts, Corgyles, and even the mighty House Ironwood. They sent no fewer than 6 self-styled kings to the wall in golden chains. After Mors fell in battle, Nymeria took command of his armies and united Dorne. In 2 years, she ruled for 27 more, and though she married again, those husbands were little more than counselors and consorts. Dorne was Nymeria, and Nymeria was Dorne. She survived a dozen attempts on her life, put down 2 rebellions, and threw back 2 invasions. And when at last she died, her eldest child succeeded her, her daughter, not her son. And Dorne followed her because Nymeria had proven that women were equal to men, if not better. Centuries later, Aegon Targaryen sought to unite Westeros as Nymeria had Dorne. The other 6 kingdoms fell quickly before his dragons and ambition. When his sister wife, Rhaenys, flew her dragon south and
sister wife remains the craziest term
Princess Meria
ever.
Martell warned, "I will not fight you, nor will I kneel to you. Dorne has no king. Tell your brother that." Rhaenys threatened that the next time the Targaryens would come with fire and blood. Meria replied, "You may burn us, my lady, but you will not bend us, break us, or make us bow. This is Dorne. You are not wanted here. Return at your peril." Rhaenys did, and she died. Her dragon died. All her soldiers died. Eventually, her brother, the Conqueror, conceded that what Nymeria had done, he could not undo. Generations later, another foolish Targaryen invaded Dorne. He died as well. Eventually, we did join the 7 kingdoms, but when we wanted, and on our terms. If dragons could not conquer us, why should we fear lions?
Straight up.
Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. The words of House Martell, the words of Dorne. Men may forget, but women always remember. When we were divided, Nymeria united us. When we were invaded,
that has a double
Meria
meaning to it.
defended us. Now Dorne has been humiliated, its prince murdered. Who will rise to avenge us.
Not you, but you did. But fuck you. Why are these people talking to me? Somebody else could have told me about the awesome history of Dorne, because that was awesome. And the fact that they were able to survive numerous attacks of people riding freaking dragons in itself is badass as hell. If only we didn't have to listen to her tell us, because then she turned it into her own little petty beef with the Lannisters. But the greatest point is, if the dragons couldn't beat us, yeah, why should we be scared of anybody? That was I liked how they showed us this. Child murderer, yes. Nymeria should not have burned the ships. I understand the symbolism, but the ships are exploitation and expensive, right? She wanted to be a bit, over the top. She wanted to make a statement. She wanted to be dramatic. Yeah, sister wife is a crazy term. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Yep, they are really, really good at house words. Olenna would love those house words, I bet. Yes, it's the last person that needs to tell the story. This one remembers everything. You'll do, Mama Cat. You'll do. You'll never let us forget anything, ever, ever. As long as it's in your favor, though. As long as it's in your favor. You Lannisters with your gold and your lions and your golden lions. The 7-pointed star. Oh, the High Sparrow is talking to us.
The father reached his hand into the heavens and pulled down 7 stars, and one by one he set them on the brow of Huger of the Hill to make a glowing crown. The maid brought him forth a girl as supple as willow, with eyes like deep pools, and Hugo declared that he would have her for his bride. So the mother made her fertile, and the crone foretold that she would bear the king 44 mighty sons. The warrior gave strength to their arms, whilst the smith wrought for each a suit of iron plates. But sadly, the gods no longer walk the earth among us, and you can see what a mess we've made of their creation since. Yet we have hope. The gods didn't abandon us in silence, but gave us their holy words to guide us.
Of course, the holy words.
The oldest and holiest text of the faith of the 7, the 7-pointed star. Divided into 7 books for the 7 aspects of God.
7?
In it we learn of the father's justice, the mother's mercy, the maiden's innocence, the crone's wisdom, the warrior's strength, the smith's labor, and the stranger's peace. It is a long book. Many never read it in its entirety, even if they could. When the Andals first sailed for Westeros, filled with divine fire, every warrior carved a 7-pointed star into his body, for even that was easier than carving its namesake into his mind. Though one could perhaps argue that it wasn't the warriors, but the Septons and Septors, armed with the holy text of the 7-pointed star, who truly conquered Westeros. The first men had no letters, but the runes they would scratch onto rocks. No gods, but the faces they would carve into trees. But then came our holy men and women among them, bearing the very words of the gods under their arms. Trees and rocks were no match for the 7-pointed star, and most of Westeros
so peaceful, right?
To the faith,
so peaceful.
And to its guardians, their new
and holy
overlords.
Look at them burning.
Whilst the Andals soon fractured into warring kingdoms, the faith remained whole and indivisible.
And they play this music behind everything.
Star.
As if
when
it's...
those kingdoms fell to Aegon and his dragons thousands of years later, the faith remained subject only to the 7 above
and the seven-pointed star below. Or so it was supposed to be. Too often, our High Septons have lost their way, clouded by worldly wealth and power. No matter. We still have the seven-pointed star. Men's will and virtue may fail, but the words never do. As men bow to their lords, and lords to their kings, so kings and queens must bow before the seven who are one. The knees of the powerful work the same as the knees of the weak, and were given to all for the same purpose:
to kneel.
Bend before the gods, or break in the bending.
I like how they had this this music playing in the back while he's describing how holy and like how things should be, and how we brought them the gods and they didn't have any gods and we came here. And this reminds, I think, all of us of very much real life and real history, right? And she was like, we saved them, our holy men, our holy women, as they saw the trees burning and they formed the seven-pointed star. I thought that was very, very well done. But yeah, fuck this cult. Right, we never see proof of their gods or magic. They are the only false gods. They're clearly like the made up gods. Once you have a book, once you're only I'm not gonna get religious, but once you have your only testimony is a book written by a human, miss me with that. That's not. The others have actual tangible things that they can show you. At least, even the Lord of Light, you know. Would have been cool if Arya narrated what, the Nymeria one? I agree. I definitely agree. You respect the Dorne, but you would never want to be Dornish. You don't like the desert. I can see. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the desert either. But it seemed like they had sea, so it's like you have at least, you know, it can balance it out. It's not just desert. Why did the first weirwood tree literally look like the face of the High Sparrow? Because he has an old man face, and old man faces sometimes look like tree branches and stuff. The faith. Now this is the cult. The faith militant is the cult. The previous one is just the religion.
Men know the seven as statues in the septs, but in the old days, the gods themselves walked among men. They crowned Hugo of the Hill, the first king of the Andal people, and promised him that his descendants would rule great kingdoms in a foreign continent. When the time came, the Andals carved the seven-pointed star upon
Damn, this is literally colonialism.
Strange land across the narrow sea, Westeros. Whilst Andal warriors battled the first men for kingdoms, Andal Septons battled for souls, and were received just as courteously. We don't know how many bold and pious men lost their lives, but adversity bred strength. Our purest and most righteous believers took up the sword to defend and preserve the faith from its
so righteous,
so
pure,
the order of the faith militant.
So pure. Look at how pure that
Aegon
is.
the Conqueror landed in Westeros, the High Septon locked himself in a sept for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the crone lifted her golden lamp and showed him the path ahead. The High Septon himself would anoint and crown Aegon as Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and the faith militant rallied behind Aegon in governing his newly united land. Yet Aegon and his sisters never wholly accepted the faith. The High Septon had conceded Aegon's marriages to his sisters as a relic of his Valyrian heritage, which would soon fade. But when Aegon's heir wed his daughter to his son, The Faith could brook such abomination no longer. The High Septon led the denunciation of the Targaryens, and all over Westeros the Faith Militant took up their swords against the dynasty and its supporters. The Faith Militant set upon and punished the Septon who had performed the ceremony. A few of the Faith Militant's more militant members even scaled the walls of the castle and would have slain the king and his family had a knight of the King's Guard not intervened. Frightened, the king fled to Dragonstone, where he soon died of cramps. And so ascended the king's younger brother, Maegor the Cruel. His first act was to challenge the Faith Militant to kill him if they believed his rule to be ungodly. To the Order's eternal credit, they accepted. Ser Daemon Morrigan proposed a trial by 7. Ser Daemon and 6 of the Faith Militant against the king and his 6 champions. It was a contest in which the kingdom itself was at stake, and the accounts and tales are many. But at the end of it, Maegor alone lived, proving that the throne was rightfully his. He mounted the Black Dragon, Balerion, and burnt down the Sept in King's Landing.
Nice.
While the Faith Militant were inside at morning prayers. The screams of the burning and dying men were said to echo throughout the city.
Beautiful.
Though Maegor had won the trial by 7, he demanded the complete destruction of the Faith Militant.
Smart
and
man.
the Faith itself, if necessary.
Smart man.
He made war upon the Order wherever he found it.
Tormund, are you listening? Are you taking notes?
Would not surrender, raising armies of their own and turning Maegor's own lords against him. The Father's justice may not always be swift, but it is certain. One morning, Maegor was found dead on the Iron Throne. No one knows how. Maegor's cruelty died with him. His successor saw the wisdom of a united crown and faith, and his hand reached an accord
This is state
with
and
the High
church.
Septon. As long as the Iron Throne defended the faith would put aside its own swords and its condemnation of the Targaryens. Perhaps the High Septon felt he had no course but compromise. Outlawed and hunted for years, the Faith Militant was but a shadow of its former self. Without its own guardians, the Faith would have to rely on corrupt, worldly kings and their corrupt, worldly courts. For thousands of years, the Faith Militant had stood watch over the Faith. And then
Cersei
its
came.
sun set. Now, after years of war and destruction, of abomination and blasphemy, none can argue that we have been walking through darkness. Perhaps the time has come when the sun must rise again.
I hate you. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. It's just everything that I dislike in a group. Thanks, Cersei. Yeah. Thanks for giving them back their swords and their power. The first Septon was known as Sparrow the Innocent the First, aka Sparrow the Impaler. Just the fact that they mask everything with like so pure and so fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Y'all are the worst people.
The Dance of Dragons, a true telling by Grandmaster Munkin, being a history of the war of Targaryen.
That's Serene?
Between the Princess Rhaenyra
That's the
and
books he
Aegon,
was reading.
second of his name, that nearly destroyed the realm.
The Dance of the Dragons. A stupid name for a Targaryen civil war where my ancestors danced away my birthright.
Wait, that's
Before the war,
Viserys?
House Targaryen counted 18 dragons. By the end, we had 2. and nearly as few Targaryens. He would never be as powerful or as feared again. The dance began, as many dances
They
do,
brought back
with an old
Viserys
man
for
and a
this?
young girl. The queen had failed to produce a son for her king, so he anointed his daughter, the Princess Rhaenyra, as his heir. But years later, the king remarried, and his new wife, Queen Alicent of House Hightower, gave him a son. Feeble and foolish, the old king refused to change the success.
Hold on, because I'm seeing something here. I'm pausing, guys, so this will spoil the entire House of Dragon. Alright, this is what we were talking about before. Okay, good thing that I remembered, because this is, this looked like, no, I'm not subscribing to this yet. I want to watch House of Dragon. How much does it go for? Is it all the last minute? Nah, Nettles, I don't want to risk it. We discussed this a little bit earlier. I think Heather brought it up to my attention. I don't want to risk it. Because I feel like I was already, like, before starting Game of Thrones, I was already spoiled on some stuff. I told you guys in the beginning, in the first episodes that I was doing. So it's like, I have a chance to go completely, like, without any spoilers. I'd like to take it, if possible, for House of Dragons. Yeah, don't risk it. Yeah, I don't. And you guys told me it's really good too, right? You guys told me it's a really good animation. Viserys is one of the readers of the audiobooks. Yeah, he does have a good voice. We've discussed this. He does have a good narrator voice. I'm just more surprised because he's been dead for so many seasons now. So how long is this? Can I skip it? And I can always watch this because it looks like it's been animated very well. So I guess this is kind of where it ends. Right?
They are now mistrusted all.
And somewhat confused.
Rhaenyra.
No. It's still going. It's still going. It's like reading a history book versus living it though. I get it. But I just want to be like, that is Nettles? Who is Nettles? She's Nettles? Who's Nettles? She is? So I guess we'll see Nettles more in House of Dragons. Yeah. How it was resolved, so kind of like even like where the show heads towards. Nah, I don't know, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Is there other? Oh, that's probably the whole thing here. Yeah, they told us the whole story here, I guess. Yeah, that's all of it. She looks exactly like you and acts exactly like you. I'm super excited to get to know her then. Guys, I'm sorry about not doing that. I just don't want. I truly want to go into House of Dragons. Like, I really have managed to really not see anything about it, read anything about it, and it's already gonna have things that you're like, oh, I know what happens because it's a prequel. Essentially, happens before what goes in Game of Thrones. So like, I don't want to risk feeling like I've been spoiled, even if it like. I will probably forget stuff, definitely. But even if it's like that I like so much, if it's something that I really like in the story, it will stick with me. So it's like, bummer. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I want to watch the animation for this. You guys told me it's really, really good. So I need to definitely have it just like in my mind, and I can do a reaction to it. Nettles is Black Arya. Is it? Because I think we had a conversation about. Well, it can't be because it's. I think it's Stark specific, where it's some of the Starks where they kind of like have more aggressive tendencies and stuff. And I think I don't remember who I was having this talk with. One of you guys, where it's like where the descendants of the first man of some sort might have these more aggressive tendencies, and Arya is speculated to have those more aggressive tendencies, but I don't think that's related at all. All the others reactors forgot about it, but that was before House of Dragons came out. This may be different for you because the show is actually out now. Yeah. And I will be jumping into it right after Game of Thrones, I feel. She's Arya. No, I mean her skin is black, not your attitude. She's Arya, but a black. No, I know. I meant like. She's Arya in terms of like how she is, right, as a person. Because Arya has a little that fire to her, right? As you said, she's a potty mouth. I think if House of Dragon wasn't popular right now, you may have been able to watch it and not really know it was parallel. Definitely, yeah. It's they don't like that's the thing. I don't want to go into the show and then I'm like, if it's and as I said, if it's something that I really like in this, those stuff I do remember them. So it's like if it's something that I really like and it's kind of a big thing in the show, I'd rather experience it in the show, and then I can always watch the narration. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll do. You guys have watched House of Dragons? If you guys who are in the chat, if you guys have watched it, they're at the first season, right? So does the narration in this expand all the way past the first season? Or would it be okay if I did it after I watched the first season of House of Dragons? Yeah, I remember Shireen talking about the book, but it's different. Like, she didn't have a 20-minute with depiction and more detailed information. Like, she basically just said what it was about, which is the battle between the Targaryens. Oh, not until House of Dragon is 100% over. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd rather do it after. And yeah, it really seemed like, because it was a lot of, yeah, it was from where? Oh man, at least 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes. So it must be really good. But yeah, I'd rather just watch the show first, and then I can go back. Let me actually, no, I can't do it in this. I'll save it in my watch later tab, so I'll remember to go back to watch it. Even though we've read the books and know the ending, there are still a lot of surprises, and they may change the ending. Okay, that's interesting. But it's just better for me to just play it safe here, I feel. But yeah, guys. These were really good. I really enjoyed them. Even the Faith Militant, I enjoyed how they depicted them, and specifically how he was trying to depict the Faith Militant with us knowing what they really are. They've done a really, really good job with this, really putting it from the perspective of whoever is narrating, and you can pick apart the flaws in what they're saying by having a more, a total view. Answer what? I'm confused. I thought you decided hours ago to skip it. No? The music means it's over. yeah, guys. We are closing slowly, but we can chat for a little bit still about the history and lore. The animation quality is better and better. Yeah, they've really, like, I'm telling you, that imagery, when it was about the many-faced god, how they, or rather, the many-faced god, was it? Yeah. How it combined all the different gods into a skull. That might be my new wallpaper. I don't know. I might just capture it and put it as a wallpaper or something. That was amazing how they made that come together. And overall, the animation on this just keeps getting better and better, as you said. The High Sparrow had an old face as the Elizabeth Dad governor in Pirates of the Caribbean. He does look similar, now that you mentioned it, but he just... Elizabeth's dad had the wig. He's basically that without the wig. The Sparrow is also in Three Body Problem. Is that a show? It's him? It's the same actor? It's the same actor, Mama Cat? It is? Wow, he's a really good actor, because those two characters couldn't be more different. One is completely serious as hell, and the other is one of the most goofy rulers. He played Prince Philip in The Crown. Haven't seen The Crown yet. Davos, Varys, and Sam are in Three Body Problem. So is it a show? Because Nelson also said Three Body Problem is mind-blowing. when we were young, we only had history and lore videos in Seplatone drawings with no color. Back in the good old days. Yeah, guys, I think this is a good time for me to end this. It has gotten pretty late, and I'm starting to mess up a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to say. I've noticed. But thank you so much to everybody once again joining me for another live stream. It's always, I really enjoy doing this with y'all and chatting about the show and about just in general. I really enjoy this, and it's always glad to see you guys when we do this. But yeah, this was great. Let's say one last goodbye to our beloved Jon Snow and our beloved Shireen Baratheon, for they were just the purest of souls, and they will be missed from the show so much I can't even begin to explain. And I like the others too, some of them, but that's not, you can't replace Jon Snow, and Shireen just had my heart. So this is the last time we see them, and yeah, and now it's season 6. Hopefully season 6 like gives me something to be happy about, cheers me up a little bit. A lot of you guys seem to really like that season, and a lot of Game of Thrones fans in general seem to like season 6, so that's probably a good thing. Hopefully a good thing. It's 9 PM in Texas. Oh, it's getting pretty late there as well. What time is it for me? Nels, it's 5 AM in the morning. It's 5 AM. Yes, thank you everybody in the chat for being awesome. We have a really solid community here, I must say. All of you guys, very respectful, very nice to each other. No, you don't spoil anything for me, you look out for spoilers. It's just, you guys are great. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me in another one of these. This time we managed to keep it a little bit shorter, I suppose. You just started liking him, and then he got murdered. You poor thing. It's alright. That's why I do this on a Saturday, Archangel, because I can sleep in on a Sunday and get my sleep. Well, a Kalimera to you, sir. Yes, thank you very much. It is a good morning. It is. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. Expect the season 6 reactions probably either Tuesday of next week or Wednesday of next week, somewhere around there, where we'll start season 6. And yeah, it's been a great stream. Have a good night, have a good rest of your Saturday, have a great weekend, whatever it is to y'all, and I'll see you in the next live stream, guys, or the next reaction video, actually, not the next live stream. Wow, that's might be a month away from now. Good night, guys. Good night. Have a good one.